Hello. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Hello to Adam Fishkin and Monster Slurpy and Sketchy Sam. Let me know if you guys can hear me. My internet has been a little bit spotty today because, of course, it has been. Hey, HJ Fires. Loud and clear? Okay, great. How is everyone? Let me switch over to my setup here. There we are. Hey, guys. How's it going? I'm back. I didn't mean to have to postpone last week. I was visiting family for my birthday, and just the visit went a little long, and that's really all that happened. But I figured it was basic. It was probably okay. I don't like missing a stream, but in how long have I been doing this? Maybe 4 years? The 4 years or whatever I've been streaming, I've had to do it twice. So I'm like, okay, maybe that's not that bad a track record, all things considered. Happy birthday! Thank you. Yeah, getting older, but we won't focus on that part of it, right? But hope everyone's doing okay. I see that the north is absolutely like getting destroyed with snow at the moment, which doesn't sound particularly fun. Here, it has been just an awful drought. We're finally getting rain. I think the rain is maybe a month, maybe 2 months late. It's been very, very bad. But we got rain the day before yesterday. I think we got rain last night, and we're scheduled to get rain tomorrow. So hopefully that's kind of sorted that problem out. Otherwise, I've just been dying from heat because it's constantly in this like very humid state before it starts raining. And yeah, that's what I've been coping with. I had a lengthy court case last month because one of my neighbors attacked me back in July. The case didn't go great. That's insane. I'm so sorry. That sounds ridiculous. Let's delay the existential dread of aging with art. Absolutely. Although I'm trying to like adopt that zen of like, okay, well, not everybody reaches old age, so maybe let's not laugh in the face of privilege. Am I right? It's lumpy time, and then the Lumpawaru do. What are you talking about, Sketchy Sam? But anyway, guys, I, as usual, didn't really show up with a plan of who I'm gonna draw. I haven't really been doing much in terms of like, I want to say fandom content, like things I could draw for like fandom related. The closest I've been doing that's like really fandom related is I've been playing a lot of Rain World, which I really, really, really like. I like Rain World a lot. Lumpy from this. Oh, you wanted to draw Lumpy. I remember. We can do that. Yes, I remember last time I promised that I would do Lumpy. So let me just open Firefox here because I closed it. Lumpy from the Star Wars Holiday Special. I have no idea how we're going to do this, but we're going to do our best. Ugh, this face. Actually, I'm actually going to grab the screenshot because it's the iconic one. Let me just grab this and put it over here. There he is, our beautiful boy. And then we'll see what we can do with Lumpy. Where did I put my stylus? Oh, there it is. Lumpy from the Star Wars. Yeah. Oh, hey, Diamond Lock Productions. How's it going? It's going very hot. It is very, very hot where I am at the moment. But like I said, the heat is coming with rain, so I'm not really going to complain too much because we really need the rain. How is this boy? Because he's basically, he is a lump. He's just like a lump. Let me try and figure out what on earth kind of pose are we going to give this horrendous character. Oh, I know. He's got that, he's got like the, what's it called? The Wampa plush. Let's like give him the one that like the Stormtrooper destroys. But then I'm gonna have to look up what a Wampa looks like. Okay, never mind. Maybe we don't. Because if I give him like an X-Wing, then I'll have to draw like something mechanical, and that'd be really annoying. Okay, let's do the Wampa plush, but we'll make it simplistic. How on earth do these things look like? I think they're called wampas. No. Okay, the wampa is the snow beast. What's the thing I'm thinking of? The Star Wars plush. Okay, not an Ewok, although that's an idea. I'm blanking. What are those things called again? Bantha. Thank you, the Bantha plush. I have encyclopedic knowledge of Mass Effect stuff, not so much Star Wars. I know some Star Wars stuff, but I'm not like one of those people who can like just whip out the knowledge. Here we go. This one will do. Copy image. Go here, go here. There it is. And we'll just flip it so I know how to draw it. There we go. So in the thumbnail, I wasn't too far off. I was kind of getting it. I was suddenly confused, like, does it have tusks or what's going on? But no, it has little horns like that. That's what was throwing me off. And then Lumpy, I know Lumpy doesn't really have a neck, so it's kind of just like that. I think I have the pose. So we'll push out his chest and make him stand like that. And he's kind of square, like all the Wookiees are very square. And he just kind of has like little square feet. They don't really have like a lot of definition because they're so shaggy. So they just kind of have like little square feet like that. And we'll make this arm go around like this. And the other arm, oh, it'll also go around. And we have it like that. Okay, so that's basically it. And then we can simplify this. We can give him like an Among Us body shape, kind of. Yeah, that works. So we'll start with that. Grab this. I was visiting my dad and I managed to get some movie watching done. Mainly we watched, let me just see, is he off balance? No, not really. We managed to watch Godfather Part 3, which has been on the docket for a while. But I didn't want to watch it without my dad because I watched the first two movies with him. It kind of has a reputation of being like really bad. I don't think it's a bad movie, but as a Godfather movie, it's very strange. Like, it feels almost like a fanfic, which is strange to say because it's made by all the people who made the original two. So it's very strange. It's very bizarre to me how you can have a movie made by the exact same people and it feels like a fan fiction version of the original. But then again, speaking of Star Wars, I suppose that isn't that weird because that's basically what the Star Wars prequels are. They feel like fanfics of the original Star Wars movies. Sofia Coppola, in the words of Nostalgia Critic, thank God she can direct. She's a very good director. I have seen some of her work in the directing chair. And I agree, she's actually really good. I don't know whether she's to my style in terms of directors, but that doesn't mean that I can't recognize that she's good at her job. Because I saw Marie Antoinette, and I didn't find it particularly engaging, but that doesn't mean that I can ignore the fact that it's a well-done movie. Like, it's a good movie. It's a good movie. And then I finally got to see Forrest Gump, which is one of those movies I know for a while I need to see, but I just never really got to it. But then, of course, you get my dad's a lot like me, where he's like, wait a minute, what do you mean you've never seen X movie? And then he like sits you down and makes you watch it. Because I'm doing that to one of my friends at the moment, because she said she's never seen the original Star Wars, so I'm like forcing her to sit down and watch them. Hey, G1 Michigan. But yeah, so I watched Forrest Gump. I actually liked it, and I was honestly shocked when I went onto Letterboxd to like log it to see that there are people who like give it 1 out of 5 stars and like have severe beef with it. That was very surprising to me. So I was like checking into the reviews to see what people's problem were and problem was. And I don't know what it is with some people. There are certain people where they have like a sleeper agent activation word when it comes to politics, where it doesn't matter what politics, if the veneer or the suggestion of politics exists, they like go from being a rational person into being like a screaming maniac. It's very, very strange to see. And I saw a lot of people were giving Forrest Gump like 1 out of 5 stars because it happens to have like world events in America that happened at the time of the movie. Like, Forrest goes to Vietnam because he's a young guy during the 1960s. So he goes to Vietnam as a soldier. And that's just a thing that happens in the movie. And like people were like using that as justification for like why the movie is bad. They were calling it like pro USA propaganda or something. I'm like, what are you talking about? I genuinely don't know whether people didn't get what the movie was actually about, or if they got what it was about, but they were so distracted by the political side of things that's what they were like convinced the prime focus of the entire story was. Because I don't want to sit here and being like, oh, they obviously didn't understand the cinematic genius of Forrest Gump, but I was like genuinely baffled because it's one of those movies where the theme of the movie is not that hard to figure out. In fact, the movie literally spells it out to you in the final act. But it's like, I don't know, it's bizarre to see. Hey, da boy. Sorry I'm late, I just dropped in and hearing about pro-USA propaganda. Who are we talking about? We're talking about people on Letterboxd who have this weird problem where if a movie like Forrest Gump happens to include things that happened in the United States that have a political flavor to them, the movie is bad because it didn't... Like, it's that meme where, oh, it's a movie about the Vietnam War, but I'm standing in the corner with my arms crossed, shaking my head the entire time so that people will know that I do not approve of this. Like, some people literally want that whenever, like, Vietnam shows up. And because Forrest Gump doesn't really have an opinion about Vietnam as an event because it's told from Forrest's perspective, and he is a man with an IQ of 70, that is not an insult, that is stated by the movie, he does not intellectualize the concept of the war that way. The war is just something that happened to him. And because he has a very neutral opinion of the war, that means the movie has a very neutral opinion of the war. And like some people said, oh, this is propaganda because they didn't tell us the war was bad. I'm like, I think everybody is kind of aware of that. I think we know that. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is about seeing the perspective of life through the experience of a person like Forrest, who, due to his disability, his intellectual disability, just experiences life in a very, very different way than most people do, because he literally is incapable of overcomplicating things. So he sees everything, not even in a very simple way, but in a very, like, straightforward way. And that's just kind of how he experienced wars. Oh, it's this thing that happened. I got hurt during it, and I was discharged, and I made friends there. And that was it. And it really comes across as like people didn't like that the movie wasn't like displaying what happened to him as this horrendous, horrible event that the Vietnam War was. And I'm like, that's not what the movie's about. So that was very bizarre to me. I like Letterboxd a lot. I really do. I enjoy Letterboxd quite a bit. But I do think it struggles with the fact that everybody is trying to make the most, like, I don't want to say clickbait. What's the word? They're trying to be like really funny, quote unquote, in their reviews. Like they're trying to be the funny guy. So you'll get people that write entire essays on Letterboxd as reviews, and you'll get people who will try and be like super funny in their reviews. Do you know what it is? I think they treat Letterboxd the same way they do Twitter, where they'll write a review on Letterboxd the same way they'll make a tweet about a movie. And it just results in some very, very strange opinions. Attention grabbing? Maybe. It could be. I don't know. Because Letterboxd does have like an upvote system where people can like your review if they think it's good. So maybe it's just a bizarre way to like think about things, because I'm not a numbers-driven person, which maybe being a YouTuber is not a good idea in that aspect. But I'm not a numbers-driven person. Yeah, not a numbers-driven person. So I don't write reviews and things like that with the intention of like farming upvotes. It's just a bizarre way to think for me. But the problem is I forget that there are people who are like that. So I don't realize that that's like a motive for certain people and how they post online. So then the kinds of things they post, it's just very, very strange to me. So anyway, very, very bizarre to see that on Letterboxd. Very bizarre. Actually, let me pull one up because I'm talking very like, I'm like vague posting about Letterboxd. Let me just pull it up and I'll pull like one of the short ones to illustrate what I mean. It doesn't matter anyway, because even though they're like top voted reviews about Forrest Gump that like trash it, it still has like a 4.2 out of 5, which that's usually how it goes. Like you have very, very loud detractors and then the majority of people are just like normal about the movie. Here we go. This person gave it 1 out of 5 stars and their review has 6,000 likes. And the first sentence is, "This is like some kind of weird conservative fantasy. If watching this served any good purpose, it's a possible vital reminder that the Clinton era was not as progressive as many of us like to remember." I'm like, dude, I think you might have misunderstood what the movie was about. The movie is about the fact that every single one of us in life, we don't drift aimlessly, but we are also not in complete control of what happens in our life. That's like Forrest literally says that at the end of the movie. And he thinks it's both. Like that is the sentence in the movie. Forrest literally spells out what the movie is about. And then you still have people on Letterboxd like screaming about politics. I'm like, I don't know how the movie could make it any clearer to you what its like theme was. It's very bizarre. So like I said, it's literally like a sleeper agent where you have somebody who is like a normal person, just like a normal person who you could have like a conversation with. But then the second the concept of politics is raised, they like lose their minds and like start screaming about like conservative fantasies and like the Clinton era and all of that. And it's not that you can't have a discussion like that. It just seems bizarre that that was your main focus of the movie, right? You could like make an argument about that as being something worth talking about in the movie, but if that is like your main focus in terms of what the movie is about, that's where I go, dude, maybe take a step back and look at the movie again, because it's very strange. It's just a very, very bizarre way to look at things. You just described my entire biological family, except the sleeper agent triggers are everywhere. Yeah. But yeah, so that was a very strange experience for me, because I watched a good movie. I enjoyed myself. I go onto Letterboxd just to log it. And then I see all these people yelling in the comments about it. I'm like, are you guys okay? Are you guys all right? I think that's just how politics work in general. People are generally normal until the politics topic shows up and they become crazy. Do you know, back in the early days of the internet, and this is me showing my age, but whatever, in like the late 90s, there was this unspoken rule about the internet. There were 3 topics you did not discuss on like public forums. And the reason you didn't discuss it was because it always started a fight. No matter what the forum was about, you just don't talk about it. And those 3 things were, you do not talk about religion, you do not talk about politics, and you do not talk about sport. Like, those topics are reserved for their own dedicated places, because if you try and discuss those on any other place on the internet, it just starts a fight. And then at some point, when the internet became more widely used, that unspoken rule just disappeared. And here we are today. Let me guess, religion, politics, and something else. Yeah, the something else was sport. It's like, which is kind of funny if you put it in context. You have these 2 very serious topics and then sport. Do not discuss sport because it'll start fights. Which, I mean, I can kind of understand that. There we go. I'm giving Lumpy like giant shoujo eyes just because I think that's funny. Because otherwise he's got like upsetting human eyes, and I'm not entirely sure how to simplify that or like stylize it because it's just kind of scary. Let's do that. But yes, so I watched Forrest Gump. I did like it. I don't know if it's a movie that would ever go onto like my top 10 favorite movies of all time or anything like that. Mainly because I liked it. I thought it was a very well done movie, but it didn't like hit me on a personal level as some other movies have. But I gave it like, what did I give it? I think I gave it 4 out of 5. Let me check. Yeah, I gave it 4 out of 5. And that just kind of feels right to me in terms of like the effort in filmmaking, like what they were trying to achieve with the film and the storytelling. And it's just a good movie. It's different to like Interstellar, where I can recognize that Interstellar is a good movie, but I don't enjoy watching it. I don't find it an enjoyable movie. It's one of those where you can understand the skill, but it does nothing for you on an emotional level whatsoever. I know a lot of people cry in it, but I don't know. It just felt very, very like, what's the word? Clinical. It felt very clinical to me on an emotional level. So not really my favorite film. Whereas Forrest Gump, I did get it on a emotional level, but I don't think it really spoke to me. Right? There are other movies where they might not be better movies, but they like hit me on a deeper level. Hey, Arid. I think the only part of my social life that knows to avoid political discussion is this chat. Trust me, my home city is widely known for its sports rivalry with another city, and it can get brutal. Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like I want to say it's calmed down, but also I'm not the biggest sports person. As I've said before, I like everything about sport except the actual sport part. Like, I really enjoy watching documentaries about sport, of the people involved. I really like learning about specific insane events to do with sport. But when it comes to like actually sitting down and watch a match, I don't have the interest to do so. You see how he's every time I have to look at him for reference, I'm just like, oh good lord. So he's just got like this horrible mouth. That's just like this, and he's just got a whole bunch of like really terrible teeth. But as Chuck Jones once pointed out, you can't avoid having a political viewpoint in your work. Just respect your audience and have self-awareness. I don't know whether I agree with that. That feels to me similar to the perspective of, oh, everything is political, so it's impossible to make art that isn't political, which I don't like as a mentality because I find it very limiting. I feel that it's something where people will use it as an excuse to argue that anything that is made has some kind of like point to be made about current day politics. And I feel that's a very limiting way to look at art in general. I really do. Apparently, according to what Cy Scribble said, the original quote is meant to infer that everything that you make will be influenced by the political atmosphere at the time of making it. But even then, I don't think I fully agree with that because, like, I really enjoy weirdo cinema and, like, weirdo comics and manga and stuff, like very, very strange things. I'm a big fan of those. And there are some of them that are so off the wall, you can barely understand what's going on in the film. And to try and find some kind of political leaning in it is just an exercise in futility. It's basically a Rorschach test at that point. Because, like, one of my favorite movies of all time... No, that's wrong. My favorite horror movies of all time is Santa Sangre, which is a film by Alejandro Jodorowsky. And, like, try and pull a political message out of Santa Sangre. You could, if you try very hard, but it would be such a small part of the movie when that's not what the movie is about at all. Again, then you're back to the Forrest Gump thing, where it's like, oh, this obviously has political leanings in it. I'm like, yeah, it does, But like that's such a small part of it. I'm trying to think of like an analogy that I can compare it to. And I want to go back to Star Wars just because it's such a general point of relevancy that most people understand what Star Wars is. It's like saying Star Wars is a movie that is pushing a hetero romance story. And it's like, yeah, there is hetero romance in it. That doesn't mean it's like that's what the movie is about. It's kind of, it's part of the movie, but it's not like the movie, okay, you could say that of Empire, but it's not like the movie is out here trying to be like a rom-com, you know what I mean? I'm probably expressing this badly, but I think you might understand what I mean. If I could sit down and write it out, I'd be able to explain what I mean better. But people will look at one very, very small part of a film that might have some kind of political context of when the movie was made, and then try and claim like that is the most important part of the movie and the only thing we can discuss or point at. And I'm just like, that's such a limited way of looking at film and art in general. Like, you're really cutting yourself off from the much wider perspective of art if you look at it that way, right? The danger we skidded into in the 2010s, Ryan Johnson has a coherent point of view. J.J. Abrams does not. I missed what the beginning of that discussion is, but it's funny you mentioned J.J. because I'm writing the script for Velma for the next part, and I actually do mention J.J. Abrams right at the start. Mainly because I'm talking about how Velma is a show that doesn't want to be a show that has a mystery, but because it's about Scooby-Doo, they have no choice but to actually include a mystery. And the bizarre, like, I can't decide if the show wrote the mystery before they had the solution to the mystery, or if they did have the solution to the mystery, but they had such a disinterest in writing a mystery that they just didn't really give much attention to it. And then I mentioned J.J. Abrams in terms of like writing the mystery before you have the answer, because that is all J.J. does, is he writes friggin' mystery boxes. He writes a mystery even though he has absolutely no idea how he's going to solve the mystery, and that's why all his writing is like that. From Lost all the way to Star Wars, he writes the hook without any payoff or destination in mind. And then he kind of just rides by the seat of his pants until he is forced to write an ending, and then he stumbles at the gate. And he does that every single time he writes something. It's kind of fascinating. I don't know how he's been in the industry for like, 20, 30 years, and he keeps making the same mistake, like for decades. You'd think he would have learned that maybe you should plan things out. Mystery box writing is one of the worst writing methods of modern media. The thing is, if you are like a really, really good writer, which I'm not, for the record, I am not a writer, right? Hey, Jenny, I'm not a writer. I'm good at analyzing writing, but it's not that I'm bad at writing. It's just when it comes to the conceptual phase, it's not that I struggle. It's just not a strong point of mine. And because it doesn't come naturally to me, I really struggle with it. And therefore, I prefer focusing on things where I'm given kind of like a blueprint to work off of and then building upon it, right? That's kind of more my speed. Anyway, what was I saying about JJ? I was going to say something about his mystery box. I was going to say, if you're a good writer, you can take the blueprint of we don't know where the start or where the end point of our mystery is, and you can actually turn it into something very good. And the thing I always come back to over and over again is the show Beast Wars from Transformers. Because for the longest time, the writers for that show did not know whether the show actually takes place on prehistoric Earth or not, because the guys at Hasbro wouldn't give them an answer. So they had no idea what the setting of the cartoon was until literally the finale, when they were finally given the green light to make it Earth. And the thing is, because they are good writers, they managed to pull that off, and it worked really, really well, because they had kind of left enough doors open in their writing for that to be a possibility and still make sense. Even though they hadn't figured out the like ending in terms of the location of the show, they knew how to set it up so that even if it goes either way, both would make sense to some degree. Like there's a way you can like make this easier for yourself, but JJ doesn't seem to do that. JJ seems to do what I think I can only think of as like in animation. You've got two ways to do animation. You've got pose to pose, where if you've got like your scene, you draw this drawing, you draw your start point and your end point. And then you fill in your animation in between those 2 points, right? And you do it piece by piece. You do start point, end point, breakdown, in betweens. And then you have straight ahead animation, where you have a starting point and you do frame, without like any idea where your end point is going to be. And it results in a very bizarre style of animation. It's why most people don't do it that way, because it gives your animation a very dreamlike, unstructured way of looking. But if you look at like a lot of Soviet animation, especially in like the 50s and 60s, tended to be straight ahead animation. And that seems to be kind of how JJ goes about his writing. He just kind of has the start point and then he just goes forward and hopes that he'll get somewhere eventually. But in his case, I feel like he procrastinates the entire show until he is literally forced into a corner where, okay, well now you have to explain because we're at the end. And then he doesn't know what to do. And then he fumbles the ending. And in the context of Star Wars, I think the very shitty thing is he knew that he wasn't going to be writing the next movies, right? So he didn't even bother to come up with an ending. He basically said, okay, well, I'm just going to do whatever. And then it's up to the next guy to answer. I've got a little happen there where YouTube just kind of restarted itself. That was very, very strange. Maybe I hit something on my keyboard. Anyway, I seem to still be live, so it shouldn't be that big a problem. Where am I? Here I am. I completely forgot we were streaming today. Hey, Scooter. Anyone else lagging? No, it's fine. It's on my end. Lag? Okay. Okay. Give me a sec for it to sort itself out. Hey, Slurpee. Anyone else lagging? Yeah, it's me. Don't worry. Like I said, we're waiting for rain on my end, so the weather might not be really on our side. Let me go through chat in the meantime, and hopefully you guys can hear me. If it's lagging, you'll probably just like Return of the King. If I'm lagging, you guys might just get snippets of my conversation here, but hopefully enough of it will go through. Even a bad finale can be respected if its foundation fits. Even though I dislike the end of How I Met Your Mother, the emotional through line works well and the characters' fates piss me off for the right reasons. Yeah, I guess that's so. I watched a very good video on How to Train Your Mother. I never watched it myself. I probably saved myself a lot of heartache. But I saw a video on How I Met Your Mother, and apparently it's more or less fixed on the physical media release, because what they did was they released like a director's cut. How to Train Your Mother. They released like a director's cut where they just kind of cleared things up a little better than the television release, and it kind of fit together without them really changing the television release. I remember something like that. So they kind of salvaged it. Unlike Game of Thrones, where I think I didn't even watch Game of Thrones and I'm aware of Game of Thrones and like everything, like why it was such a disaster. What was it that came out recently, which was also, oh, it was Stranger Things. See, I don't watch things, mainly because like I'm slow to get to things because I'm too busy watching like Kamen Rider or whatever the hell. I usually only get to things once the entire show is out. And that has saved me so much heartache in the past. It's actually ridiculous. I never got into Game of Thrones, not because it wasn't my thing, I just didn't get into it. So I saved myself all that frustration and like anger. And I never got into Stranger Things, even though it would absolutely be up my alley. And I was kind of thinking of finally watching it, and then I watched Friendly Space Ninja's video on like how it had gone downhill. And then like the last season came out a few weeks ago, and it was like written by ChatGPT, and literally everyone hates it. And it's ruined the writers' reputation and all this like horrible, horrible shit. And I'm like, wow, being slow to things saves my ass once again, because I don't have to worry about this. Any Kamen Rider series you would say has a bad or rough ending? I can't really say because I'm very new to Kamen Rider. And again, I take so long to get through things, right? It takes me such a long time to actually finally sit down and watch something, even if it's something that I know for a fact I'll like, right? I watched RRR, I think 2 years after it came out, and everybody I knew was telling me to watch it. And then it took me 2 years, and then I finally watched it, and now it's like within the top 5 movies of all time for me. It's literally that high on my list of like recommendations and things I love. But again, it took me 2 years to watch it. So Kamen Rider is another thing where I've been watching Kamen Rider. It's not Gyaru. Kuga. I've been watching Kamen Rider Kuga for like the past 3 years now, because I watch a few episodes, then I put it down, then I get distracted, then I watch like Columbo or whatever, or like Miami Vice, or one of the other 5,000 TV shows that I missed and I'm now catching up on, like X-Files. 3 years, yeah. You think I'm joking? I'm not. It's like X-Files or Columbo or Miami Vice or any of these like boomer shows from back in the day, because they all came out before I was born, and they're actually really, really good. So I bounce back and forth, not to mention like anime. There's so much anime I need to watch. It's actually unreal. Am I watching the Grongi subversion? I'm not sure. I forget where I grabbed mine from. I don't want to say the name of the website on YouTube because I think they frown upon things like that. I think the copies I got, they might have been from the Kitty Cat site, maybe. I know I got Garo from the Kitty Cat site, but I can't remember where I got Kuga from. Columbo is good though. Columbo is very good. I was watching that at my dad's, and it actually convinced me to finally get Amazon Prime, because for the longest time, Amazon Prime just was not available in my country whatsoever. It just was not here. And I guess it's been available here for about a year or two. And I knew about it, but I'm like, I can like find things online instead of paying for Prime. But then I watched Columbo at my dad's house, and I saw they had a whole bunch of like old TV shows where I don't know whether I want to commit to downloading hundreds and hundreds of gigs when sometimes I just want to put something on and watch it. So I got Prime, I think 2 or 3 days ago. So I've been watching Columbo. Oh, you got ads? Sorry about that. I think I have the ads set for every 18 minutes. I'm not sure. But I try and make them like relatively spaced out. Anyway, so I got Columbo, like easy access to it. I got easy access to MasterChef, which I really like watching. Like, you're not going to sit down and dedicate a whole bunch of hard drive space to MasterChef because you want to watch it while you work, right? So yeah, I got Prime, and as a result, I've been watching more Columbo. Because the websites I was watching Columbo on, it would get taken down, and then I'd have to find another website, and then that one would get taken down. It was just that like over and over again. It was really annoying to try and keep up with. So now I can just sit down and watch it. And also the other reason why I got it is because I saw The Lighthouse is on there, and The Lighthouse is another one that I need to watch, and I haven't yet, but I'm probably going to watch that pretty soon because I've been in the mood to like check it out, and now I know where to watch it. Now the Grongi subs are subs for Kuga, where they sub the monster's language before they learn Japanese, so watching it that way spoils the villain motives instead of you learning it with the characters. Oh yeah, I am watching that one, because it took me like an episode or two before I realized that the bad guys are speaking not Japanese. They're like speaking a made-up version of Japanese. So yeah, I am watching that. But even so, I don't really know what the full deal is with the monsters. I kind of know why they're like killing like what, like 100 people per day, and I'm like, this seems unrealistic. You've got like aliens that come from space, and you have like a guy who turns into a grasshopper superhero. Like, all of that I'm fine with, but I draw the line at like the monsters killing like 100 people a day, and that just being a thing. I'm like, I don't know, that seems a bit excessive for me to just buy. That seems a bit extreme. I don't know about that one, Chief. So anyone here been watching the second series of Fallout? I got into, not really an argument, but I got into a spat kind of with somebody on Tumblr because I had a bit of a mini meltdown when I heard that HBO is going to be, well, planning. We don't know whether it's going to go through, but they said that they're planning to do a Baldur's Gate 3 TV show, which just sounds like the worst thing in the entire world. And I started yelling that I blame Fallout for this, because Fallout is such a popular show, even though everybody who actually gives a shit about Fallout hates the TV show because it shits on the lore. It has a completely different tone to what the games are trying to go for, and it's basically just a TV show with Fallout paint put on it. And I had somebody like write to me like saying, well, it's not a bad show. Yes, I know it shits on the lore and throws it in the trash. And that's like literally what they said. It's not me like paraphrasing. I know that they throw the lore in the trash, but I don't really care. And I'm like, that is the exact problem. That's why it's a bad show. And I blame the success of Fallout for why these places want to make a Baldur's Gate 3 show, why they want to make a Mass Effect show. I'm like, can we just not, please? I'm going to scream. And then I had somebody else comment and say, I don't know why these people talk about these shows that don't exist. It would suck if they were real. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. That is how you deal with it. Is you just go, wow, that sucks. Anyway, and then you don't pay it any attention. Basically, what I've had to do with the live action Disney remakes, just for my own sanity, is like, wow, it would suck if those really existed. Too, it's a good thing they don't. It's a good thing those aren't really movies, and they're not really out there. I'm going to scream. I don't know why that kills me. It's very funny. Blame The Last of Us instead. HBO has this thing where any pop culture success makes the ego go supernova. I blame Fallout because I think Fallout is a much bigger success than The Last of Us, because I do know that... Oh, and The Witcher. Yeah, I guess we could blame The Witcher. Yeah, we can blame The Witcher. We can blame The Witcher as well. All of them. I blame all of them, except for like the Halo show, because nobody liked it and it did terribly. So... But yeah, we need to stop them. We need to put a stop to this, guys. And by that, I mean give it our cold, unwavering silence and disinterest. Because, like, what else can you do, right? But like I've said before, I do like that the fact that so many of these shows are terrible, it kind of incentivizes people to watch more foreign cinema and movies and TV shows and things, which I am happy about that. Because that's like a trend you can actually see. Like people who don't really care about movies and TV shows that much, they like watching Squid Game kind of kick the doors open. But you're seeing that a lot more. A lot more people are watching like Korean TV shows and things. And I'm like, yeah, that's what you do. If the major companies aren't fulfilling your need for entertainment, then you go elsewhere. That's how it should be. And as a result, it means people are like getting opened up to all these like different ways. This is terrible. All these different ways of making movies and TV shows that they wouldn't have been opened up to before. And I really like that because I guess I could say I've been very into cinema for a very long time. But at the same time, because I take so long to watch things, I always don't want to come across like I think I'm some kind of cinephile, because there are so many things I haven't watched yet. I've basically only scratched the surface. But I am somebody who was watching like silent film and things like that from the age of like 16. So to me, it's not that big of a chore to like watch something out of my comfort zone, because I'm just used to checking things out, like Santa Sangre and things like that. But I think it is difficult for people who have really only watched American media to kind of watch something else now. And things like Squid Games and just the fact that a lot of American shows are terrible, it has kind of opened up people to watching different things. And I think that's very cool. Because in terms of entertainment, people don't have to, there's no real loyalty there. They don't have to watch your show. They can get their entertainment wherever they get it. So that's been pretty cool. I've been a fan of that. There we go. I might have to grab a sip of water in a second, and hopefully it doesn't attack me this time. Older films and TV shows and foreign media is probably going to be the way to go for the foreseeable future if mainstream American cinema doesn't improve. I was thinking about that, but at the same time, I think a lot of good stuff is coming out of America. It's just not the stuff that gets the attention. And it's not even that it doesn't make money or anything. It's just everybody talks about how terrible X, Y, and Z is. And then meanwhile, you have these amazing movies come out. And then the Oscar season rolls around. And you just see a stack of amazing movies that came out that year. And they're from America. They're not some niche cinema thing. And you're like, oh, I guess good movies are still being made. It's not Disney or any of these massive studios doing it. I think that it becomes a thing where you're so used to only focusing on the biggest things, and then you build this fake narrative in your head that, oh, all movies out of America are like this, when it's not. It's just the biggest, most movies. Sorry, I bumped the mic. The biggest, most movies of all the movies are the ones that are not doing well. I'm trying to find a reference picture for Lumpy's feet. Chat, where do I find Lumpy feet pics, please? I need pictures of Lumpy's feet. Can anyone help me? Trying to send a super chat and... Trying to send a super chat and Google isn't letting you. Let me check if I've been demonetized because of the music. Because that might happen. Give me a sec. Oh, YouTube's moved everything around, so now I don't know where anything is. Okay, that's for the chat. Dual stream, no. Oh, here we go. Go here, description, monetization. No, monetization is on. Monetization is on. So it's not something on my end. Thank you for the attempt though. Pause to the extreme. But yeah, hopefully that's not a problem. That's a little concerning. I'm not entirely sure. Hopefully the super chat thing, let me see this. Insert ad, delay ads, create highlight, stream marker, share. According to YouTube, I am still monetized on this stream. So hopefully it's not too bad. Anyway, back to Lumpy's feet. Honestly, I think he just has oh, there we go. Thank you so much, Kevin. That's so kind of you. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Avina. Thank you, Kevin. Oh, you're a lifesaver. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so super chats are working. Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I swear if I ever get around to making CPUF stream out of context compilation, that sentence is going out there. Please do. But as I was saying, I want to give him little paw pads like that, but I don't think he has them. I think he literally just has like furry elephant feet, like woolly mammoth feet. Maybe if I just give him I'll leave these here just to kind of suggest them. But I don't think he actually has much going on there. Great way to spend a birthday. Thanks, is it your birthday or was it for my birthday from 2 weeks ago? Either way, if it's your birthday, happy birthday, and thank you. Give him sneakers. I mean, we could. Is it going a step too far if we... No, you know what, no. I'll just give him the furry feet. And give him a suggestion of paw pads. Kind of, but I won't go too overboard with it. Because I've already given him the shoujo eyes. I don't want to go too far with... give him black Air Forces. I think Wookiees have human-esque feet, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, because if I were to look at like the Star Wars Holiday Special animated thing, like how did they do Chewbacca in that thing? Of course, the autofill is just like Boba Fett. Just remove Lumpy. Do we have like a full body shot of Chewbacca in this horrendous piece of media? I say horrendous, right? Oh yeah, see, here we go. I say horrendous. I said on Tumblr that absolutely everyone should watch the Star Wars Holiday Special. And the next thing I know, like 2 reaction channels that I watch reacted to it, and a friend of mine who had never seen Star Wars before watched the Holiday Special. That was like the first piece of Star Wars media they watched, because I told people to watch it. Such is my power. But yeah, I couldn't copy the image because... Am I on the wrong layer? No. I couldn't copy the image because it's like from Facebook. But yeah, they just basically have like... just like Ugg boots where it's just a whole bunch of like fur without much definition going on there. So I'll just do that. There we go. Could give him some kind of Sonic style shoes. I would, but like I said, I feel it would distract from like the joke of the shoujo eyes. I don't want to push it too far and like turn him into Poochie from The Simpsons, although that would be funny. Hey, Ultimate Tiebreaker. Sadly, I did not get around to watching it this holiday season, but I shall someday. Please do. Thank you, Avina, and thank you, Adam. I'm buying you a random thing, like a sandwich. I don't know what sandwiches cost in South Africa. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. No, $6 will cover it. Absolutely. I can get like a nice iced coffee, like one of the fancy ones or something. That's the same as a sandwich, right? It's just coffee. Imagine the Holiday Special being the first piece of Star Wars media you've ever seen. Good lord. Yeah, I don't know whether she's in chat today because it's one of my mods. But that was legit the first piece of Star Wars media she ever watched. And the reason she watched it is because I was like, people need to watch the Holiday Special. And she was like, okay, I haven't seen Star Wars, but I'll watch this. And then when I made her watch like the original trilogy, because I was appalled that she hadn't seen them, every single time Chewbacca showed up, she got like PTSD because she remembered the Star Wars Holiday Special. So basically the best way to watch Star Wars for the first time. A peanut butter splash coffee crisp sandwich. I don't know if we have like the coffee crisps and things like that. I did get like a nobody cares about this. I got like a coffee slush earlier today. That was pretty good. Going back to the subject of Stranger Things, have you heard of Conformity Gate? I have. I haven't seen a single episode of Stranger Things, but I know all about Conformity Gate. I watched EFAP's coverage of that crazy lady on TikTok who straight up, I'm glad that she's writing conspiracy theories for Stranger Things and not something that like actually matters, because she sincerely sounds like somebody who needs to like, and I don't mean this as an insult, she sounds like somebody that needs to like increase her meds or something. And again, I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as a genuine observation, because the way that she was talking about Stranger Things and Conformity Gate was genuinely deluded. It was like actually unreal. And yeah, so that's where I learned what Conformity Gate is. And again, it just flashes me back to H. Bomber Guy talking about Sherlock's secret good final episode. I don't know if you guys remember that, or at least remember his video about that. That's another show that I never watched. And then it turned out to be a good thing that I never watched it, because it turned out the ending was terrible. How does this keep happening? Someone fill me in, have never heard of Conformity Gate. Conformity Gate is the fans of Stranger Things could not cope with the fact that the final season was that bad, that they dreamt up this conspiracy that the main monster or whatever it is, again, I haven't watched the show, had like bended reality and mind warped them so that all the characters kind of conformed into becoming essentially a hive mind. Basically like Village of the Damned style, you know, where all the kids are like always walking together as a group and they speak in unison. And the conspiracy theory was like the monster won, and that's what happened, and it's like causing everybody to conform, like all the characters, so that they all become like drones of the main monster. And it's all nonsense. None of that is true. It's just bad writing. That's all it is. But like that was conformity gate, is like people essentially conspiracy theorizing why the final season is that bad, because the concept of it's because the writers use chat GPT and they're bad at their job is like not a good enough explanation. There has to be like some conspiratorial writing where it's secretly good. If only you could understand all all the subtext and like all the clues that the writers put in the show. And I'm like, if the writers were good enough to put all these clues in the show, it would be a better written show. Like they would just write a good show. But what does it mean? Exactly. I gotta go for a moment. I'll be right back. Hey, see you, Diamond Lock. I hope you come back soon. Let me just grab some water. You have to be smart, like us, the true believers. I don't know whether you're joking, but she genuinely says that. This crazy TikTok lady. She genuinely says that at one point. She's like, those of us who are true believers, it's going to be very difficult for many years, but eventually, the writers will explain everything. And our belief in the show, us who never lost faith, will be vindicated. I'm not joking. This is actual things that came out of this woman's mouth. It was bizarre. And I'm like, you know what? I'm so glad I don't have TikTok. It didn't attack me. All is well. All the clues, including someone got the color of a dial wrong. Yeah, things like that. Like genuine. I keep saying conspiracy theory, but I'm not joking. It's the same level of like obsessive compulsive, like combing for clues and details. And it's the same as like that documentary of people who think that Stanley Kubrick admitted to faking the moon landing in The Shining. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, you people have never watched the behind the scenes of The Shining, because the making of that movie barely got made. You think they had time to put in all these like subtle clues to Stanley Kubrick faking anything? He barely made the movie. You know? And it's bizarre to me because I'm like, you're supposed to be this Shining super fan because you have all these conspiracy theories about it, but you haven't watched the making of that, like very obviously explains all of these things you think mean something, which no, it was just that it was a hellish production and they barely got the movie made. And they barely got the movie made as well. How the hell were they going to put all these details in that like prove the... Oh, thank you, Avina. Thanks, Scooter. Thank you so much. I should check out Tsunami Bridge. Oh, you should check out Tsunami Bridge Sailor Moon by Team 4 Star. They sum up the first season with a lot of puns and goofy dialogue. I saw it and thought of you. I watched a few minutes of the first episode and I struggled so hard because they are way too good at like replicating the 90s dub. Like they did their homework to such a degree that it's actively painful because it's exactly what the original show's dub was like. It was really difficult. But yeah. So the people talking about like the conspiratorial reasons why the final season of Stranger Things is secretly good, it's the same kind of like deluded thinking as the people who say that The Shining is Stanley Kubrick admitting to faking the moon landing. Or I don't know, there was the whole conspiracy that The Shining is also about the plight of the American Indian. That one is a bit more esoteric. I'm not entirely sure how they got to that, like that, what's the word? Like conclusion. Because the owner of the hotel in The Shining, he says that the hotel was built in an Indian burial ground. And it's just kind of more details in the movie to make you feel on edge. That's the only reason that's in there. And because it was made in 1980, where the atrocities against the Native Americans were like a very hot topic in the 70s in America, as people were starting to talk about that a lot more. That's why it's in The Shining. But because the guy mentions it and there is some Native American artwork and rugs in the hotel, people take that as like, oh, this has something to do with the plight in the documentary. And it goes, give me a sec. Okay, I should be back. Yeah, I'll give it a second. Okay, yeah, it should be back. Like I said, my connection's been kind of wacky all day because we have a lot of heavy weather coming, but I'm not gonna complain because we are having a very, very bad drought. Like the next town over, which is a little bigger than the town I live, it's been declared like a disaster zone because their water reserves are so low. So even though the weather is kind of messing up my connection, I'm not going to sit here and complain about it. I'm not going to do that. But anyway, yeah, I was saying that I think my first exposure to The Shining was also a parody. Actually, I think my first exposure to The Shining is the scene in Kung Fu Hustle where the main character, I forget his name, he breaks out the main bad guy out of prison. And they do the scene where the main bad guy's prison cell opens up and it's just like the blood, where it's directly taken from The Shining. I think that's the first time I was exposed to anything Shining. But also that movie came out in like, what, 2003? So I was like early teenager and I would not have seen The Shining before then. But I would have seen Kung Fu Hustle. Might have been 2005 actually. Sometimes I get Kung Fu Hustle and Kung Pao mixed up. Nobody ever told me who we were drawing. We're drawing Lumpy. Chewbacca's son. Lumpy. Everyone's favorite Star Wars character. Wait, that scene was a reference to The Shining? Yeah. It's cleverly used. I don't really like it when movies remind you of other movies that you could be watching. But I do think that it's interestingly used in Kung Fu Hustle because it genuinely is alerting the audience that the main bad guy that our main character is breaking out of prison is horrible. It's very ominous. And a similar thing is in The Shining with the blood elevator, because in The Shining, it's trying to warn you that the place itself is bad and don't go there. But in Kung Fu Hustle, it's kind of alerting you that the character is bad. And because Kung Fu Hustle is a very, very silly movie, it doesn't feel as insulting to have it just have a straight up recreation of that thing. Again, I might be a little bit biased because I saw it when I was much younger, but I do feel that it has a little bit more business being in that movie because that movie does... The entire movie is meant to be a parody of Kung Fu tropes. Like in China, the movie is literally just called Kung Fu. Because that's part of the joke, is that it's a generic Kung Fu movie. So I don't mind the overt reference too much. But yeah, that was the first time I ever experienced like anything to do with The Shining. And I was like, oh, the scene is so good. This is such an interesting scene. It's like, yeah, it's because it's from The Shining. Quote, one internet pundit, if I took every scene parodying The Shining, I would remake the whole film through just parodies. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, The Shining is such a monumental movie in every single way. I almost want to say it's like Akira, but the thing is, people, when they parody Akira, they only do the bike slide and they don't do anything else. They might do the whole, like, Akira Kaneda back and forth yell, and they might do the giant baby thing at the end, but like that's all they ever do with Akira. Whereas The Shining, it's just like the whole movie. So like I'm pretty sure every single scene in that movie has had some scene in another piece of parody. It's kind of ridiculous. Worst case scenario, reference in a bad movie are reminding you of better movie/series entries you could be watching instead. Yeah, exactly. I actually want to mention that in my Velma part 2 is never remind your audience of something better they could be watching instead. But also, like I've said many times, I do understand that I am just personally extremely against like overt references because it completely destroys my suspension of disbelief. Like, it completely breaks my immersion of the thing I'm watching. And there is different layers to it, but I do understand that I am particularly annoyed by that sort of thing, and not everybody has that problem. I've been binging The West Wing. Is this a show you're familiar with? It's an idealized vision of how US government should work, but it's completely detached from political reality. I am aware of The West Wing. I would probably like it. I should check where to watch it, but I don't think it would be high on my watch list. I think I would probably want to watch The X-Files further than I did, because I'm on like season 2. I think The X-Files would be more up my alley in terms of like political nonsense than West Wing. But I do know that West Wing is considered and is very, very good, just as a TV show. Where is... Oh, I'm supposed to be looking here. I was looking for this reference because I want to see where his eyes are. They're kind of there. They're just kind of here. I'm just going to give him little button eyes like this. There we go. We can do that. We'll do the horns. But yeah, The West Wing, I think it's one of those things that came on TV once and I barely registered that it was on. But it might be something I would enjoy sitting watching. I don't know. I'd have to see. Depends what kind of mood I'm in. But I feel like The X-Files might be more up my alley, just because The X-Files, in terms of like politics, it kind of takes a conspiracy theories seriously in a way. It's like, what if conspiracy theories were actually true? That's kind of the point of The X-Files. And a vast majority of conspiracy theories boil down to, oh, the government is lying to you. So that's what The X-Files is essentially about. So if you like X-Files, have you seen Supernatural? I have not. The only episode of Supernatural I've ever seen is the Scooby-Doo episode, and I watched it for the Velma review. And it's far better than anything Velma could possibly hope to be, like at all. But that is the only episode of Supernatural I've ever seen. It doesn't really strike me as a show I would like, because it kind of has that problem that most Marvel movies do. We call it Marvel writing, but it did originate in a lot of these TV shows well before Marvel. And Supernatural feels a lot like that, where it's got very, very irreverent dialogue in a way that's actually annoying. Because there are some shows that have irreverent dialogue that I really like. I really enjoy the TV show Psych, for instance. And Psych has a lot of irreverent dialogue in it. That's kind of the appeal of the show. But I don't know. I like Psych. It's very silly, but I feel like it has at least some level of taking things seriously when it needs to. Whereas Supernatural, I kind of just get the impression that it's almost like Twilight, where it's a soap opera masquerading as a supernatural show, like a show with ghosts and vampires and things. But at its heart, it's essentially just a drama. Not a drama, but like a soap opera. And it reminds me, just from the vibes I got from it, it's kind of like those shows like True Blood, or what was the other one? Like those vampire shows that came out in the wake of Twilight, where it's less about the supernatural aspect of things, and it's basically just more about nonsense interpersonal drama. But then also in Supernatural, it's got the irreverent dialogue on top of that. So I was just like, no, this doesn't sound like my kind of thing. Season 6 through 15 is hella soap opera. I will say, one of the reasons why I have that impression about Supernatural is I was at Comic-Con one year in San Diego, and I was coming out of the bathroom, and I just hear people like shrieking their heads off. You know, like the specific kind of shrieking. And me being me, I'm standing there, and I just say to the person standing next to me, what on earth is going on? And the person next to me is like, the cast from Supernatural just walked past. And I was like, oh, it's that kind of show. Okay. and that kind of killed a lot of my interest in looking into it. Because I was like, okay. No. This isn't my kind of show. If that's the majority of the fan base, this is not a show that was made for somebody like me. fangirl shrieking, yeah, I suppose that's the best way to put it. Yeah, it's that very specific kind of fangirl shrieking. Because, like, if it's like a teenage girl, sure, whatever. Like, teenage girls generally do that. And there's nothing wrong. Well, it's annoying, but I mean, it's just a teenage girl being a teenage girl. But this is that kind of shrieking where you're like, you're not a teenager anymore, are you? But yeah, that kind of really colored my opinion on Supernatural and whether or not I should watch it. I'm just like, no, I really don't know about this one. This does not seem up my alley at all. I think because like at the time I was watching like the 2003 Ninja Turtles and I was reading Yosagi Yojimbo. Like that's the kind of thing that I was focused on at the time. And then Supernatural enters the scene and that's the kind of audience it has, and I'm like, yeah, no, this is not for me, thank you. And probably to this day it probably wouldn't be for me, because the thing is, right, I know an embarrassing amount of lore about Twilight, but I have never been a fan of Twilight. I enjoy Twilight and I know like all this lore about Twilight the same way that I enjoy the Star Wars Holiday Special, where Twilight is such an amazing disaster of a movie series. It's so highly entertaining to watch. And as a result, you like learn all this lore about the characters and like their backstories. And people are like, oh, so you must be like a big fan of Twilight. And I'm like, no, I really don't like it. I've watched it multiple times. I don't like it. So it's more of a Ned Flanders shrieks. Kind of, maybe. I haven't seen enough of Ned Flanders. I know, the Flintstones, I remember watching a whole bunch of it at one point in my life, but I think I've literally forgotten all of it. All of it, like legitimately all of it. It's kind of shocking. But I was at college at the time, so I think my brain might have just been overloaded. The boy says, that's something I really struggle with in my own writing. One of my main characters is a snarky quipster, but his whole thing is that he does it to the leaders because he hates authority. So my struggle is with trying to make him snarky in a way that's true to a character like that without just turning him into Marvel writing. Yeah, it's really difficult. But as I said, I was watching the original trilogy with my friend because she'd never seen it, and we were talking a lot about Han Solo's character. Because again, I've seen the original trilogy, but it's been a few years. And the way that his character is written is actually really incredible, at least in the first two movies. I know some people are not the biggest fans of the third movie in terms of the writing of Han specifically, but his character in terms of being a quipster is so perfectly in line with his personality and like the character arc he goes through. And what I find interesting about Han is a lot of his not quipster side of things comes from like the body language acting rather than the dialogue. The dialogue is very, very quippy, but then if you look at like the body language acting and a lot of the other scenes, the way that Harrison Ford plays that character in what he doesn't say and what he does and his facial expressions is what gives that character such complexity. I'm specifically thinking about that scene in Empire where he and Luke are saying goodbye to each other because Han has to go pay off his bounty with Jabba, and very little is said in that scene, but the body language acting and expressions on Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford's faces says so much about those characters, even though the spoken dialogue is extremely surface level. It's a fascinating scene. It's so interesting. And I think that's one way to do it. And I think you can do it in prose. You just have to really, really get good at expressing physical acting, for lack of a better word, than just focusing on dialogue, which I think is tricky because then you can't just say straightforward, oh, he did this because he was feeling this way. But you have to like get good at explaining those kinds of emotion by explaining the body language, but without elaborating what the body language itself means. Like that's kind of the road I would go down, which is tricky, but I feel that that's a good balance of it. The Flintstones theme song is now a meme thanks to Granddad. I don't know what in context that has to do with anything, but yes, you're right. People coming around to George Lucas style of writing could be choked up, I think you mean clocked up, but yeah, up to sensory overload. Would that make sense? Yeah, I kind of think I know what you mean. But again, rewatching the first two Star Wars movies, it is remarkable the jump in writing quality that the second Star Wars movie has compared to the first. The first Star Wars movie has very, very good pacing. It's a very slow movie. I'd forgotten it was really, really slow at the start. But it's actually a good thing. I really enjoy the slower build that the first movie has. The second movie is a lot more action-driven in terms of its pacing. However, the character work in the second movie is like so much higher than the first movie. It's actually ridiculous. So again, I really enjoy like analyzing these movies and like what this one does good and what this one does good, because I think all three of them have major strengths. Even the third one, which I know a lot of people are not super fans of, but I find the third one interesting because it has some of the least good parts of the original trilogy, but it also has some of the best parts of the trilogy. So even the third movie is interesting as like these two sides of the extreme when it comes to the original Star Wars movies, and that alone makes it a very interesting movie, because it's not, I don't want to say it's worse than the others, because it's not, because it has these amazing scenes in it. It just has other scenes which feel very strange. But that in of itself makes it a very interesting movie and an interesting watch. It's fascinating. Like I said, I'm always fascinated by that sort of thing. Like I said, even with Twilight, which is a terrible movie series, it really is. And yet, I would much more willingly watch Twilight than anything Marvel has put out in the last 3 years. Like, again, I've watched the Twilight series multiple times, but I don't want to watch something like, what's this new one, Thunderbirds or whatever. I don't want to watch that. I'd cringe too hard. It'd be too difficult to sit through. So I find that interesting. It's that whole question of like, what makes a movie bad? What makes a movie good? Very, very interesting like topic of discussion for me, because there are some bad movies that really are so bad they're good. But yeah, Star Wars, very, very interesting. It really is like a microcosm of film in general. Like, there's so much you can pull from the original trilogy that kind of reflect on films even beyond it, like the wider scene of films, at least American films. Like, I'm not talking like if you expand beyond like American cinema, like you can't really use Star Wars as a metric to talk about like Wim Wenders or anything like that, right? The fun thing is that George's screenwriting instructor at USC was Irvin Keschner, who was therefore the only guy who could pick up the pieces when New Hope gave George creative burnout. Yeah, I need to like look more into the making of the original Star Wars. I've put it off for so long because sometimes a making of for a specific movie can kind of kill the enjoyment of the movie itself. I have to be very careful with which movies I watch making ofs of. But I think Star Wars is one of those. It's kind of like Lord of the Rings, where it makes, and like The Shining I was talking about earlier, it kind of really enhances the experience of watching the movie itself. The last nail in the coffin was Deadpool and Wolverine. It was Ryan Reynolds going, "Come on, man, just put yourself out of your misery." That almost sounds bad enough to be enjoyable, but I know better than to expect it from like is it DC or Marvel? No, it is Marvel. I know better than to expect so bad it's good from Marvel. It's too corpo to go the so bad it's good route. It's got too much micromanaging from like the corporate side of things to actually be interesting. So no, nah. TikTok addled brains when the movie doesn't stop every 3.4 seconds to make a terrible joke or flash bright colors in your face. I'm bored. This is a bad movie. The thing is, like, we shit on the TikTok generation a lot in that way. I don't think their attention span is as bad as people say it is. I think it's just that a lot of them have not been pushed out of their comfort zone yet, so they kind of only watch movies that have the exact same pacing. and they haven't really been pushed to watch anything outside of that. And if they do and learn to like get over the initial confusion of how to handle it, they would probably really like it. I just think it's more a case of being afraid to go outside of their comfort zone, which I don't think is a TikTok thing. I think that's just a person thing. I forced my family to watch RRR with me when I was visiting. I'm like, we're watching this movie. It's the best movie ever made. It's a 3-hour-long Indian movie with subtitles. We're going to watch it. And they indulged me, and they watched it. And then my one family member said to me, it's like the best movie they've ever seen. And I'm like, I know. But they never ever would have watched it because it's a 3-hour Indian movie with subtitles. So I think that has a lot to do with it as well. I'm not getting my dopamine hit every 3 seconds. The thing is, like, RRR will give you a dopamine hit every 3 seconds. That movie's amazing. Marvel's output has gotten to such a subpar point for me that I don't even remotely care about Avengers Doomsday. Is that like a thing coming out? I'm trying to think of the last time I actually had any awareness of what Marvel movies even out in theaters. I stopped watching Marvel literally about 10 years ago, but mainly because superhero films are not my favorite, and not for any particular reason. I remember, like, I'm not a big fan of The Incredibles, not because it's a bad movie, but because it's a superhero movie. So even when it came out and I saw it in theaters, I was like, yeah, it's all right. It's superheroes, you know, whatever. And my tab crashed. Hold on. I know that doesn't kill the stream, however, so I should be fine. And then I remember watching Big Hero 6. And I remember I did not know... Sorry, I knocked the mic. I did not know that Big Hero 6 was going to be a superhero movie. So when the superhero stuff started happening in the movie, I was so disappointed. I was like, why? Why? Why are we doing superheroes? You had me until this point. I was actually invested in like the family drama and the cute robot and like the conspiracy. Like, I was really into this plot, and now we're doing superhero nonsense with a giant laser in the sky. I don't care. So superhero stuff is not my favorite. Although, I will think I have to qualify that with, like, American superhero stuff. Because, again, I actually really enjoy, like, Kamen Rider. I'm enjoying Garo so far as well, even though I haven't gotten very far in it. So, like, yeah, I guess it's not superheroes itself. It's, like, a very specific brand of superhero. I've yet to sit down and, like, fully analyze my full feelings on where the line is for me with superheroes. I like Megamind, but I don't know. I might like Megamind just because it's a good story. Because Megamind doesn't really have, like, a superhero plot, as it were. It is kind of more of a satire / interpersonal drama kind of thing going on. It's not so much about the superheroes themselves. And I do like Batman. But I'm exceptionally picky about the kind of Batman I like. Where my favorite Batman movie is Under the Red Hood. And I don't think I've ever found a live-action Batman movie that I enjoyed that much. Like, all the live-action Batman movies are just kind of okay, in my opinion, whereas, like, Batman Under the Red Hood is incredible. So, yeah, there's that. I think the last Marvel film I saw was Far From Home. I just saw it and said, yeah, nah, Endgame was the end, I'm out. Yeah, I think I clocked out at, like, The Avengers. Not counting Guardians of the Galaxy. I do like the Guardian movies, although I have to rewatch the third one, because I had very mixed feelings about it when I saw it in theaters. And I think I kind of tricked myself into liking it more than I actually like it. I have to, like, rewatch it. It's a very, like, cynical movie, which I'm not a big fan of. Also, hey, 80-year-old man, I see you in chat. What about something like My Hero Academia? Yeah, same thing. Like, I just clock out. I don't find much interest in it. I remember getting the preview for My Hero Academia at Comic-Con, like the manga. And I was super interested in it because I thought it was fascinating that the main character is a non-superpowered person in a world where superpowers is very common. And I thought that was fascinating. That was going to be so interesting. And then what do you know? He gets superpowers in like the first arc. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I stuck with it because I ended up really liking All Might as a character. And I watched it, I think, up until like season 3 or something. And then All Might kind of stops being a character because apparently the mangaka wanted to write him as dying, but he was talked out of it. But then All Might kind of goes off and does something else off screen, so it stops focusing on him. And then it does a tournament arc at the exact same time, and I was like, I'm out. I don't care. I do not care about any of this. I'm leaving. Not only are you doing a superhero thing, you're doing a shonen anime thing on top of it. No, I do not like these things. Under the Red Hood is great. That thing they tried to claim was a sequel was an abomination. I didn't even see anything claiming to be a sequel, and I wouldn't. Just no thank you. Have you watched Non Non Biori? It's a Iyashike anime where a girl moves from Tokyo to the quiet country and experiences culture shock. I would probably be into that. A little bit of lag? Yeah, I had a bit of a hiccup there, but it seems to be okay now. Give it to Junji Ito. It might not be appropriate, but at least it won't be boring. Honestly, I don't know what Junji Ito would do with like a superhero story. Probably like something like Hellstar Remina or something. Which, no, Hellstar Remina is not a superhero story at all. But things happen in Hellstar Remina, which could happen in a superhero movie. But yeah, I think that's like the closest he has gotten, as far as I'm aware, to doing a superhero story. Which is that it has nothing to do with superheroes whatsoever. It's a bizarre movie. Not movie, manga, sorry. I wish they would make Hellstar Remina into an anime. That would be insane. Even if it would be bad, it'd be insane. When superhero media turns into a what power can beat what mindset mixed with let's bash all these characters together and make flashy stuff happen is when it starts to lose me. Yeah, I will say I am kind of interested in Dispatch because I see a lot of people singing its praises. And I saw that it was made by like the Telltale team, even though I don't think they're Telltale anymore. But it's like the guys that did the original first season of The Walking Dead, and they did The Wolf Among Us. So I am interested in Dispatch, but mainly because, as far as I can tell, Dispatch doesn't follow a superhero. It follows the dispatcher, and that alone is far more interesting to me. The other one that caught my interest and that I do like, but I need to get back to it, is Monster Number 8, the manga. I know there's a TV show. I'm not sure how well the TV show did. But Monster Number 8 is another one that kind of does a superhero format that I actually really ended up liking. But again, it has very little to do with superhero stuff. And I feel that if Monster Number 8 starts leaning heavier into the superhero stuff, I'm going to start liking it less and I'm going to lose interest. Because that's not the part of Monster Number 8 or Kaiju 8 that I like. It's not really what I would look for from that story. My power level is bigger than your power level, therefore I win. I will say, I did like the Dragon Ball Z manga though, which is also a superhero movie. Superhero story. Let's not kid ourselves. But the Dragon Ball Z manga is very good. It's a legitimate good piece of writing. It's really, really, really good. The sad thing is with Dispatches. The first thing I saw of it with some random pornography of Blonde Blaze. I'm glad to say that it was not my first experience. I started hearing through the grapevine people saying that it was a very well-written story. And that was kind of where a lot of the information was coming to me, was people just discussing the fact that it was a good story. And then I heard more talk about being from the Telltale team. And only then did I start learning, oh, it's like a superhero thing. So that's kind of how I learned about Dispatch. It was sold to me on the fact that it was a story-driven point-and-click adventure where your choices mattered. And then afterwards I learned it was a superhero game. There's also the delicate balancing act of setup and payoff. Kevin Feige, as a producer, built so much of MCU to be paid off on Endgame then seems to mistakenly believe he can duplicate that. Yeah, it's not going to work. And I remember, I think I might have mentioned this before, I predicted, oh, I need to make my music loop. I predicted that this wasn't going to work the second I saw that they were turning Marvel comics into movies, and that they were connecting to each other. They weren't standalone movies back in 2008. And I said to myself, this is going to have the exact same problem that comic books have, where eventually people are going to have to do so much homework just to watch a movie, and they won't want to do that. And that's why comic books that are like superhero comics struggle so much, because it's so difficult to get new people interested, because it comes with all this baggage that you need to know about. And when you know it, that's exactly what happened. Like, what, 10 years later, maybe a little bit more than that? That's exactly what happened. Now you have the situation where everything is connected and you need like 5 years of homework just to watch a movie. And people aren't really going to do that. And it's unrealistic to expect your audience to stick around and stay with you for that amount of time, especially when you make a movie like Endgame or whatever that one was, where it's a logical conclusion. A lot of people that I've heard of and spoken to said that they watched up until Endgame and then they stopped because they were like, yeah, that's the end. It's very obviously the end. So yeah, it's just bizarre. Like, why did you do it this way? Let's just say we're already on the official phase 6 in half the span of time it took for 1 to 3. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Sometimes it's incredible to me how an industry whose entire job is entertainment seems to be so bad at doing the entertainment. Like, how are you this bad at it? I think superhero movies have just gotten too big, both in budget and in scope. There's only so far I'm going to care about saving the multiverse, and I can barely care about the characters involved. Yeah, that's another problem, is the balance of, like, big reality-shattering events and characters I'm supposed to care about. And Marvel, as we know now, has put way too much emphasis in the spectacle and almost no emphasis on the writing whatsoever. That's a big problem. And they seem reluctant or just not interested in doing smaller focused stories. And when they do smaller focused stories, they have like the worst characters that you absolutely do not care about. Like characters you genuinely hate and despise. And you're told you're a bad person if you don't care about them. It's ridiculous. I don't understand why they're so averse to just hiring a writer who knows what they're doing. Incredible. See, back in the early phases of the MCU, that was manageable. It was just one movie per year. Then eventually the conclusion. Now it's like dozens of films plus even more shows. What's amazing is if you like go through the history of cinema and movies, they do the same mistakes over and over again. And it's like, why did you think it was going to work this time? It didn't work the first 50 times a movie studio tried to do this. And now how? Why were you like, rip to them, I'm different? Like I don't get it. This is what happens when you don't learn your history. You just make the same mistake as like people before you over and over again. And here we are, again, with the same outcome. Again. Incredible. Remember when it was just about the Avengers and how they worked as a team? Yeah. They should have taken a break after Endgame at least. That would have been a good move. They should have like given it time to cool off, because what you do then as well is you build hype. And that could be tricky because it is possible to build a hype that you can never live up to. As we see with, like, I know everybody talks about No Man's Sky, but it really is the best example where the hype was just so unrealistic, and that resulted in the situation where it didn't matter how good the game was, it was never going to live up to the hype. But on the other hand, it does leave your audience absolutely starving for more, because that's what Lord of the Rings did. And I know it was partly due to giving the movies more time to edit, but they spread those three movies out where it was once a year. And even Wicked, I really like the Wicked movies. I like both of them very much. They had the confidence to end the first movie on a cliffhanger and then wait an entire year before giving us the conclusion, right? Instead of trying to push it all into one movie. So, like, after a big movie like Endgame, give it like a year, maybe 2 years if you want. Give it some breathing room, and then start talking or like hinting at what the next part of your grand plan is going to be. Just go radio silent, because at that point you were on top of the world and you could afford to do so. Somebody mentioned Iron Lung, which Iron Lung, last I checked, is not playing in my country. Let me check again. Maybe it's changed. I would have to like find it on, a website. But chances are, because it's only in theaters, any copy of it I would find online is going to be like a cam rip, and the quality is just going to be awful. So I might just have to wait until it comes out on streaming. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here at all. So yeah, Iron Lung is not out in my country, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to wait on that one. But I heard it is a respectable movie for a first-time movie director, which is fine. Like on Letterboxd, I think it has 3.5 out of 5. And people were like, yeah, it's fine. I have a friend who really likes it a lot, and she's a big fan of like Event Horizon. She's a big fan of that. So she said she really liked Iron Lung because it scratched a similar itch to Event Horizon. And I think some people might be hypercritical of it because it's not the best movie ever made ever. But in terms of just being Mark's first movie, and it's a horror movie, and it's a passion project that he wanted to make, and he actually cared about the material. From what I heard, it's perfectly it does what it wants to do perfectly. It's not the best movie ever, but I don't think it's even trying to be. I think it's just trying to be a movie that Mark wanted to make, which automatically makes it a lot better than a lot of movies out at the moment. It's not in my country either. Yeah. Which is, it's a little surprising because it's like, what, breaking records for how many theaters it's in at the moment. And it's just not here. It's just not here at all, which is sad. But oh well. And I made sure to check because I remember I missed the Looney Tunes movie of the day the Earth blew up. Excuse me. Because for some reason, my theater got it 2 months before its American release. So by the time everybody was telling me to go watch it, it was already out of theaters here, and I was so angry. I missed it because it's a 2D animated movie and I didn't get to see it in theaters. I'm so mad. I'm so angry about that. But yeah, so I made sure to check for Iron Lung, and no, it's just not out here. I don't know whether it'll come later or not. It depends. Apparently it's doing quite well though. Even if people aren't super enthused with the movie, a lot of people are still going to go see it, which is cool. Not bad for a first-time director, lacks a lot of context. Maltese Falcon is a directorial debut. 12 Angry Men is a directorial debut. Shawshank Redemption is a directorial debut. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I feel like those cases are from like real auteurs. Because at the same time, I recently watched Night of the Hunter, right? Which is the one and only movie the director ever made. It's like one of the best movies ever made. But then I'm thinking more along the lines of so many directors. There's a shocking amount of directors who started in horror. And the horror movie they started with, it's not like the best movie ever. But it's a good horror movie and it got out there and it did well. Jaws is actually a fantastic movie, so that's not a good comparison. But I just know that's a fact. That's just a thing that people do, is horror tends to be a good starting point for a lot of directors. And so, therefore, I think a horror movie that's just, it's decent, that's a good enough start for a first-time director. That's true as well. James Cameron started with Piranha too. Yeah, exactly. What was the other one? I'm thinking of a specific one. This has nothing to do with horror, but it reminds me of like how the cinematographer for Schindler's List, he got picked up because he was the cinematographer for Vanilla Ice's movie Cool as Ice, which is a horrendous movie, but it looks like $1 million on screen. And the cinematographer went on to like do Schindler's List and a bunch of other Spielberg movies. So yeah, sometimes the first attempt, it may not be perfect, but if it's good enough and it contains promise within it, that's the most important thing. And I haven't seen Iron Lung, so I'm not entirely sure whether it has that feeling of promise within it, but I do want to give it a little bit of kudos for just being a passion project that was gotten off the ground, and it wasn't a horrendous disaster as a lot of passion projects can sometimes turn out to be. That is certainly a career. You should watch Cool as Ice. It's such a bad movie, but it's really gorgeous. It's such a good looking movie. It's actually insane. Everything in it is terrible, but it looks amazing. Hey, Andrea. Oh, geez, why do you have to remind me that movie exists? What, you mean the best movie ever? That's Vanilla Ice is Cool as Ice. Is there a distinction between horror and thriller? Yes, there is. And sometimes people will categorize thrillers as a subgenre of horror, which I wouldn't argue against. But the difference is a horror movie, it's a little bit difficult because horror is a little nebulous in terms of being a genre. People think it's a lot more set in stone than it is, because if you look like the entire scope of horror movies, some of them are really, really out there if you were really to consider them. No, this is a horror movie. You can't deny this is a horror movie. But it's not like Terrifier 3 or Longlegs or The Exorcist, you know. Thriller tends to be focused on real life crime as the central horrific element. Silence of the Lambs is considered a thriller, and I do think that I would consider Silence of the Lambs more a thriller than a horror. But I do think that if people were to say Silence of the Lambs was a horror, I wouldn't argue with them. But I'm of the opinion that thriller should be considered a subgenre of horror rather than a genre completely separated from it. But hey, Diamond Lock Productions, I'm going to head out now. Hopefully you all have a good rest of your day. Goodbye. Bye. Thanks for hanging out. But yes, I would consider thriller more a subgenre of horror. And I say it's based on true crime, but at the same time, I think it like boils down to tone, because one of my favorite horror movies of all time is M from what's the director's name? Is it Lance? I always forget his name. It's a German movie. Not N. Movie M. Movie M. Here we go. Fritz Lang. So it's a Fritz Lang movie from 1931. And the movie M is about a child murderer in 1930s Germany. That is a thriller because it's a true crime focused story. However, I would classify it more as a horror because of the tone of the movie and the way it presents its story. Because the focus of M is not so much on the procedural crime side of things. It is more about how a society completely falls apart due to this one terrible situation that it's in, and how people's morality completely crumble because of this one shocking thing that's currently happening to them. And that's where the horror aspect comes in. Whereas Silence of the Lambs is much more focused on the crime and capturing the person responsible for the crime. And I think a movie that kind of toes the line is like Seven, which I always refer to as Seven, and then I have to catch myself that people don't know what I'm talking about when I call it that. Seven is a bit unclear on whether it's considered a thriller or a horror, specifically because of the tone it sets and the way it presents its story. I think most people consider it a thriller, but again, if you were to put it in the horror category, I wouldn't argue with you either, because Seven is genuinely horrific. It's a really upsetting movie, but reminds me of Paranoia Agent. Paranoia Agent's another one that's difficult to classify. I It's classified as a horror, which I guess it is, but I don't know if I would call it that. I guess psychedelic horror might be what I'd be able to classify Paranoia Agent as, because if you were to call Paranoia Agent a horror, people would have expectation of what the show is like, and then they will watch the show and it won't be what they expect it to be like at all. And so you can't really say, oh, love the way I say horror. But yes, you can't really say to people, oh, you need to watch Paranoia Agent, it's a horror show, because then they're going to watch it and they're going to expect something completely different to what Paranoia Agent literally is. And it's not a thriller either, though. I would never call Paranoia Agent a thriller. Yeah, the best I could do is like not psychological horror, psychedelic horror. That's the best I got for Paranoia Agent. Paranoia Agent is a Satoshi Kon story. That's how I would explain it. And if you don't know who Satoshi Kon is, it's like, well, I can't help you in that case. It's like, I keep mentioning it, it's like Santa Sangre. Santa Sangre is 1000% a horror movie, but at the same time, Santa Sangre is a Jodorowsky movie. And it's not that those two things have to be mutually exclusive, but a Jodorowsky movie is a very, very specific kind of movie. And Santa Sangre is absolutely a Jodorowsky movie. It just happens to also be a horror sometimes, when it's not being a Jodorowsky movie in the middle of it. But yeah, we were talking about thrillers. Thriller tends to be more focused in like, a crime has been committed and we need to capture the perpetrator. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping. A crime has been committed and we have to capture the perpetrator of the crime. That's kind of more a thriller. And a horror is more of an emotional response to the kind of movie you're watching. Like, I watched The Pelican Brief, which is a movie from the 90s. Oh no, that's Lumpy's thumb. The Pelican Brief is like a political thriller. I would never call The Pelican Brief a horror movie whatsoever. But it is definitely a thriller because it's this whole political intrigue movie in which a person's life is in danger due to these forces that you don't understand why they're happening. You don't understand why the main character is being targeted. It's a thriller. But I wouldn't call it horrific necessarily, because the events and the things that happen within it are not really going to give you the emotional response that you would expect a horror movie to give you. Whereas I would absolutely call Jurassic Park a horror movie. Jurassic Park is a horror movie, 1000%. That's always like my ammunition when somebody says, oh, I don't like horror movies. I'm like, okay, well, did you like Jurassic Park? Because that is a horror movie. There's no getting around it. It's about dinosaurs eating people. that is a horror movie. I gotta turn in early tonight, Puff. Bye, everyone. Bye, HJFIS. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. I think films also have horror elements without being outright horror films. I'd never call Lord of the Rings a horror film, but any scene with the Nazgul are hella horror-ish. I do agree with you there, and obviously that comes about due to Peter Jackson's history with horror. You know, he made, what's it called, that movie with the priest that like beats up a bunch of zombies. It's like the best scene ever in a movie. Brain Dead. He made the movie Brain Dead. That's a horror movie. It's 1000% a horror movie. Dead Alive. Yeah, that's the other word, other name for it, because some countries didn't like that it was called Brain Dead. But yeah, he made like B-grade, ultra-violent horror movies. Then he made one drama, and then he made Lord of the Rings. And yeah, that's why Lord of the Rings has a lot of like truly horrific scenes in it. But yeah, again, I agree with you. I would never call Lord of the Rings a horror movie, and yet I have a cousin who absolutely hated that movie because when she was growing up, she tried to watch it because it was the big thing, and she was terrified of it because of those horror elements. So yeah, I get what you mean. It's difficult. I think we tend to be inclined to try and classify movies under specific genres, as we should, because some movies are sold by what genre they fit into. But I do think that sometimes we try and adhere to these rules over what genre a movie is a little bit too closely, when it might be a little bit more complicated than that. But I do still say that Jurassic Park is a horror movie, and I will fight people about that. Or the baby scene from Trainspotting. The baby scene from Trainspotting is the reason I have never watched Trainspotting and the reason I will never watch Trainspotting. I saw the clip of that scene and it upset me so much. I'm like, yeah, I'm not watching this. I can just tell this is not a movie I'm ever going to watch. I don't need this in my life. I don't care how good the movie is. That's where I draw the line. Where would a film like Misery fall into? I think Misery would fall into horror, more like psychological horror, because the emotional response to Misery is literally being put in a position of vulnerability with a crazy person. And you are at their entire mercy. And not only are they crazy, but they're also completely unpredictable in ways where it doesn't matter what's happening in reality. They have like wild mood swings that don't make any sense whatsoever. So they can just fly off the handle regardless of like what you say to them or what you do. They might just have a bad day and completely lose it on you. So Misery, that's kind of where the horror aspect comes from. Like I said, the more I'm thinking about this, the more I think that horror is specifically to do with the emotional response that the movie is trying to instill in the audience. Like, that's where the real horror of it lies. I'll assure you, the hype outweighs the film. I give Trainspotting a 4 out of 5, maybe a 3.5. Yeah, I feel it's one of those movies where people are like, oh, you have to watch this, and I do acknowledge that, but I just know that emotionally it's not a movie that I really want to put myself through. There's a very small number of movies like that for me, mostly at the recommendation of my mom, in terms of like, yeah, you shouldn't watch this one, you won't like it. The movies I've been warned against is Rosemary's Baby, which, I don't know, I might be fine with that movie, but I've been warned against it, so I'm not going to watch it. Sophie's Choice, for obvious reasons. And then there's a movie called Perfume, which I thought would be fine. It seems up my alley, but my mom has seen it several times and she's like, yeah, you don't need to watch this movie. Don't watch Perfume, you won't enjoy it. So I just haven't. And I think that's the entire list in terms of like movies I don't need to see, is including Trainspotting. Like, that's the list. It's like 5 movies. Oh, and the other one is Saving Private Ryan. I refuse. I'm not watching that. I'm sorry. I've seen clips. The clips really upset me, where it's like the storming of Normandy. And it's so horrific to me and upsetting that I'm just like, no, thank you. Oh, Come and See. Yeah, that's another one where I don't need to watch it. I can appreciate what Come and See is. I appreciate what it's about. I don't need to sit down and watch that movie. No, thank you. I choose life. There are many messed up movies I can watch, but Come and See is not one of them. Hey, Blunt Man. Sorry I'm late. What were we drawing today? As far as horror movies go, I liked The Lost Boys when I was a kid. I still need to see The Lost Boys. I will probably love The Lost Boys when I finally watched it. As for what we're drawing Chewbacca's beautiful son, Lumpy, because I promised to last stream that I would draw him. So here we are. Requiem for a Dream is the poster boy for that sort of thing. Auteur masterpiece. Don't go into it on a full stomach. Once is enough. Yeah, I don't know whether I'd ever watch Requiem for a Dream. I also have like personal beef with it because the director of Requiem for a Dream, he bought the rights to Perfect Blue, like Satoshi Kon's Perfect Blue, so that he could recreate one of the scenes in Perfect Blue 1 for 1, without the fear of the owners of Perfect Blue suing him for plagiarism. So in order to avoid plagiarism, he literally bought the rights of the movie and then copied it. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's one way to do it if you really want to do it that way. And then he went on to make Black Swan, and I'm like, okay, fuck this guy. I saw the storming of Normandy scene in my childhood history class. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. Yeah, they made us watch a whole bunch of screwed up stuff in history class for me as well. They made us watch like a dramatic reenactment of the Nuremberg trials, but the evidence footage that they showed during the trial was the real footage. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea to show a bunch of 14-year-olds that. You know, I had read Mouse by that stage just on my free time. It wasn't even part of the school study thing. I just read it because I like comic books. I did not need to see the evidence film for the trials of Nuremberg. I could have done without that at the age of 14, but I guess I can say that's something I've seen. Hooray for me. So would you like something like Scream franchise, which is like 75% horror and 25% situational comedy? I've seen the first Scream. It's okay. I rather like Wes Anderson's movies, but I think my problem with Scream is I saw Scary Movie before I saw Scream, and I kind of think Scary Movie pulled off the horror satire better than Scream did. I think Scary Movie is a better version of Scream than Scream is, which is insane, but I kind of stand by that, I think. Aronofsky, that's his name. Aronofsky is the type of guy who I suspect of drinking the soul of Satoshi Kon to stay alive. Apparently so. Like, again, I saw Black Swan and I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what is this? What is this, like, bootleg copy of Perfect Blue? What is this? Starring Natalie Portman, unable to make a facial expression. It's not even that it's a copy of Perfect Blue. It's that it's a copy of Perfect Blue that isn't even that good at being a copy. And then everybody, like, praises it for, like, these amazing story choices and film choices. I'm like, yeah, everything you're praising, yeah, that's from Perfect Blue. Like, literally everything that you're giving kudos to, he lifted directly from Perfect Blue. Learn to watch animated things that are aimed at adults. Please, I beg you. Wes Craven, not Wes Anderson. Ah, sorry. Too many Wes's. But yes, you know who I mean. Wes Craven. That makes sense. I would say Scary Movie is the inverse of Scream, where the comedy beats horror instead of the other way around. Yeah, apparently Wes Craven wanted to call Scream Scary Movie at first, and I think it was like the distributor wouldn't let him or something, so he called it Scream. Something like that. I remember something being like that being said. If Scream had been made before Nightmare on Elm Street, we'd describe Elm Street as Scream if it took a chill pill. I do kind of like Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't think any of them are really that good a movie, and yet I really, really like that series. I do like the first one. I think the first one is pretty good, and I do like Nancy as a character. I think she's like one of the best final girls when it comes to horror slasher movies. I don't know whether it's a great movie, but I do really like the first one, like as a film, not even as in an ironic way. I just think it's a pretty well put together movie. And I do like Wes Craven's New Nightmare. That one's pretty good too. I know some people really didn't like how meta it was, but I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed the concept of it being a movie that exists within the reality of the movie itself, and like the reality blends between them. But then again, I really like Cabin in the Woods, so that's not really shocking. Grab me a sandwich too. The first and third are the best. Yeah, agreed. I didn't like the third Nightmare on Elm Street that much, but I think because it's such a wild departure of the first one. But then when I watched it again, I was like, no, never mind. This is actually really good. This is actually a really good movie. So I changed my mind on that one. I think I was just kind of biased because I like the first one more, because the third one really goes off the rails in terms of insanity. But I later came to like appreciate that. I'm like, no, this is good. I don't want to watch A Nightmare on Elm Street for the realism. So no, Dream Warriors is great. It's exactly what we want from a slasher movie like this. The only Elm Street movie I've seen is Freddy's Dead, which I did like. Um, I would say I like that movie, but again, in the same way I like Star Wars, the holiday special. It's really bad. And it has like the most stupid credit song ever, which is just the cherry on the cake. It's kind of amazing. What's your favorite scary movie? Oh, geez. Oh, I have a letterbox list actually of my favorite horror movies. Let me pull that up for you. I think I did this one day instead of something I was meant to be working on. I made a list instead. Horror tier list. Here we go. It's got 210 movies on it. Copy, I'll drop that in chat if you feel like checking that out. The number one movie on this list is M, which is the 1931 movie I mentioned. Oh, sorry, I bumped the mic. Sorry, I'm fiddling with a wire here. It's making me bump the mic. Okay. M is number one. Then Candyman, the 1992 one. Godzilla Minus One, which I don't really know why it's on the horror list where I found this originally, but yeah, I guess you could call it a horror, so I put it on anyway as number 3. The 1970s Nosferatu by Werner Herzog, which is really good. The Shining at number 5. The Others at number 6. The 1982 The Thing at number 7. Hausu at number 8. Night of the Hunter at number 9. And Hexen as number 10. And then you can check out the other 200 movies on your own time. And my favorite horror movie is easily Coraline. Yeah, Coraline's pretty good as well. And yeah, I would call that a horror movie. Just because it's appropriate for children doesn't mean that it's not a horror movie. I definitely would count that as being a horror. I feel like child horror is a genre that really deserves a lot more respect than it gets. Because I think doing horror for children is an extremely difficult balance to get right. And I do think that some horror horror quote unquote for kids doesn't really lean into the horror enough, so it just ends up being a cartoon with like a Halloween coat of paint put on it, and it's not really like a horror per se. It just has like a witch in it or something like that. I think I would qualify Scooby-Doo the original as horror. I think. Just because it's not scary doesn't mean it's not a horror, right? And I think like Scooby-Doo has enough atmosphere and art direction to land it in horror, even though it's not scary at all. I was watching clips for the Velma episode I'm writing, and I forgot how much I hate laugh tracks. I don't mind a laugh track if it's in a sitcom. It depends on the sitcom, but I'm thinking like Friends. I really like Friends, and that's got a running laugh track. That's fine. It's a little bit jarring because I've grown accustomed to shows not having laugh tracks anymore. But there's something about the way that Hanna-Barbera did laugh tracks back in the 60s that just really rubs me the wrong way. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's the tape they use or the pre-canned laughter they use, but there's something about the laugh track in the Hanna-Barbera TV shows that just drives me insane. Because they use the same one for the Flintstones and Top Cat and the Jetsons. It's all the same. And it's not really like a laugh track. It's just like muffled chortling. Hold on, I've got something in my eye. I hate laugh tracks, chat laughs. Let's wipe this. I don't know what's stinging my eye. I think I got some lotion in it or something. Could you call Secret of Nim a kind of horror, given all the horror elements in the movie? I'm not sure. I think I would more put that under the genre of dark fantasy. Because to me, Secret of Nim feels similar to like the Dark Crystal or Labyrinth or what's the other one? The Legend, that's it. Or Legend, or there's another one that I can't remember right now. But they were The Neverending Story. I feel like The Secret of Nim falls more in line with those kinds of movies rather than like a horror movie per se, just because of the elements within the movie. I might call Watership Down a horror movie, but I'm not sure because the horror elements of Watership Down are actually very few and far between. They're far from the main focus of the movie. Whereas I think like Watership Down is more like I want to say fantasy movie, but I don't know because it doesn't have any fantasy elements in it. But it has like the fantasy trope in it of like going on a quest and like going on a grand adventure kind of thing. So I think Watership Down, I don't know, Watership Down is a tricky one in terms of like how you would classify that when it comes to genre. Hold on. Now that my eye's watering, I'm sniffling, so I just don't want to sniff directly in your ear, so I'm just going to mute myself for a sec. Okay, there we go. That should be better. I saw somebody say that their favorite horror movie is Barbie. Which one? The new one? The live action one? That could be a horror. You could make a case for that being a horror. It's like a dystopian horror in a certain way. Wiping my eyes. I don't know what's bothering them. Maybe just because it's very hot and humid. Hey Dana, I was talking about you earlier. We were gossiping about you. Because we're drawing Lumpy. Your favorite character from your favorite movie. Xenofiction? Maybe. I guess you could call Watership Down xenofiction. It's just such a... Dana. It's just such a bizarre way to try and explain that movie to like a more general audience about what it's about, right? I'm not sure why, but you're muting yourself and seeing the avatar hiccuping. It's so funny. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm like, oh geez, you can see me like trying not to sniff in your people's ears because I actually care about my audience. And I'm sure you guys don't want me sniffing directly in your ears, at least. I'm sure there's an OnlyFans for that, but it's not going to be my stream. All good things, I hope. Now, yeah, we were just talking, because we were talking about Star Wars, and I was saying how you watched the holiday special, and that was your first exposure to Star Wars, because you hadn't even seen the movies yet. That was very funny to me. Water. Oh yes, Dana, can you confirm the quality of these characters' feet? This is very important because I tried to Google Star Wars Lumpy feet and I couldn't find the results I was looking for. So we had to take artistic license into what Lumpy's feet looks like. So hopefully it's acceptable in terms of like, you know, character accuracy, because clearly we are trying very hard to go for character accuracy in this drawing. It's very important to me. I legit Googled that. No, I didn't. I was joking about it. I tried to Google like Lumpy and tried to see if there's like a full body image of him. But because of the way the holiday special is shot, like a sitcom, they kind of just keep him in like a medium shot or a close-up. They don't really have him like full screen. And when they do, he's usually like running around or something like that. These aren't the feet pics you're looking for. Sheldon Cooper about to Google that one thing and the other screaming, no! I never watched Big Bang Theory. I don't know why. For some reason, by the time I heard about it, everybody was talking about how terrible it was. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to watch it then. I'll just watch Friends for like the 5th time or whatever. I just didn't know if you actually searched it. No. I mean, I could. Now, hold on. I am actually going to search it and see if it's... I'm curious. I'm curious if anything actually comes up at all. This is terrible. Star Wars holiday special. Let's see if anything comes up at all. I don't even want to know what the AI overview is going to be. Okay, no, it actually doesn't give you anything. It just gives you more pictures of Lumpy. There's this. Hold on. Copy this image. There's this. So, there you go. But no, it actually doesn't give you any results. All it gives is just pictures of Lumpy in general, which I suppose is horrifying enough. It's like the Google is like, no, looking for Lumpy on his own is already traumatizing. You don't need you don't need specifics like that. You really don't. Although, hold on, I do want to see, because I kind of just clicked away. But what on earth is the AI summary? The costume, meant to resemble a small Wookiee, featured distinct fur-covered feet constructed with a rubber cast base, utilizing elastic straps and Velcro. Okay, thank you, soulless AI. It doesn't really answer my question, but I'm glad you found that information somewhere. I'm happy I forced the AI to have to scrape that horrendous information somewhere. I'm glad that it had to do that. I'm happy. I'm happy I forced it to do that. That's my good deed for the day. If I didn't already have a magnificent profile photo, I'd take the photo of Lumpy on my profile picture. It's actually really good. Hold on. That's really good. There's like a Chinese comic adaptation of the first Star Wars movie, and in it, the comic, I don't want to say somehow because I know exactly how, but it interpreted C-3PO and R2-D2 being like a romantic couple, like straight up. And there's like a panel of C-3PO giving R2-D2 a kiss before he climbs onto Luke's X-Wing. I remember because I was doing the rounds a while ago, and this comic drawing of Lumpy just reminded me of that, because I'm like, yeah, the comics in all their various forms just kind of did whatever. Oh, Dana needs it? Okay, hold on. I know Dana especially needs this picture. Let me see if I can find it. If I can't find it easily, I'm not going to look right now because I don't want to take up your people's time. C-3PO and R2-D2 comic kiss. Hopefully it knows what I'm talking about. Here's the other panel, which doesn't include it. Let me just see. Oh, I hope this has the scan I'm looking for. Okay, there's the scan. There's the scan. Okay, I guess that's supposed to be Leia. Okay, Bantha, J&B, Whiskey. I think J&B is Whiskey. I don't actually know her. Chewbacca is a chimpanzee. Hold on, I need to copy this and show you guys. Hold on. Check this out. So, that's Chewbacca, apparently. Let me see. Where is this panel? I know it exists. Okay, that's... Here it is. Found it. I found it. Go away, downloader. I don't need you right now. Anyway, there's Chewbacca. There you go. Enjoy. As far as China is concerned, Droid Yowie is canon. So I think a bootleg Chinese comic is a trustworthy source to make C-3PO and R2-D2 canon. I think we all agree. I think we all agree we all agree that it's a reputable source for that information. Have I done all the line work? Looks like I have. Okay, let me turn off my sketch layer and I'll throw some color on him. Just lock that. New layer. Yeah, thank you for appealing to my Yowie robot needs. Okay, I'm just gonna wing Lumpy's colors because I mean, what? He's brown. Yeah, I don't need to eyedrop that. I think I can figure that one out by myself. Not sure how I feel about this ship. What? Well, you mean the canon relationship between C-3PO and R2-D2? The one that's on... Well, it's on screen. You can tell it's canon because here, look. Here. You can see here's Princess Leia, I think. Giving... who I think is Luke a... What do you call this? Like a blessing, I suppose? And here's C-3PO and R2-D2 kissing. I mean... It's irrefutable proof. You can't argue with it. It's canon now. Well, that's a birthday gift I wasn't expecting today. I guess it's canon, yeah. The first thing I ever saw, the Star Wars Holiday Special, was the Princess Leia singing. The first time I saw it, I thought a fan had made it. Yeah, unfortunately not. Apparently the people who made the Holiday Special, they're kind of like the people who made the original Super Mario Brothers movie, the live action one. It's like people who are very incompetent at their job in general. It wasn't just that like the idea was terrible. It's like the variety show was made by people who had never made a televised reality show variety show before, and they didn't know what they were doing. I don't know, I can't remember the exact details, but I do know that it was like a really, really difficult production because the people in charge were just incompetent. That's why Harrison Ford looks like he wants to die throughout the most of the thing, is because he's super annoyed because he's working with people who are super unprofessional. And, you know, Harrison Ford, he does not give a shit. Dana, how do you feel about Luke looking like an 80s Ken doll? Dana, I don't think doesn't have many opinions about Luke. Dana is concerned about the cute robots. that is Dana's number one focus. Fun fact, the special was the same year as Hardware Wars, which went out of its way to be stupid, but somehow has a higher production value. Yeah, it doesn't shock me. I think the music video for Star Trekking Across the Universe probably has a higher production value than the Star Wars Holiday Special, quite frankly. Or the majority of the Star Wars budget went towards getting Jefferson Starship on the show. Even though it's not a good song. It's not even a good Jefferson Starship song. It's not terrible. It's just not one of their good songs. Or at the very least, it's a terrible recording of the song. Like, there's something very wrong with that recording. I don't know what it is. It just sounds very bad to me. And I know for a fact Jefferson Starship is not a bad band. They actually make really good music. So that's another piece of really bizarre weirdness about that thing. Wasn't that around the time Mark Hamill had his car accident? I assume that it was why Luke had such awful makeup. Yeah, it's exactly what happened. It was filmed between the first movie and Empire. So Mark Hamill had like recently, I don't know whether he was between surgeries to like help reconstruct his face, but it was definitely at the very least very soon after the reconstruction surgery. And yeah, they just caked the makeup on him, which I think is stupid because I think he looks weirder with a bunch of bad makeup in him than if they had just kind of, you know, oh, Mark Hamill has a scar on his face and we're just not going to acknowledge it, right? I'm pretty sure in the 70s, the fact that Mark Hamill was in a car accident was a massive news story. So if he was shown with some injury to his face, I'm pretty sure the vast majority of the public would have understood. But then again, it was the late 70s. I don't know what the standards were at the time. I think they were a little less understanding of celebrities being human people. You know what I mean? But I'm also not sure, because that kind of thing tends to change with time. I forgot his Bantha's fur here for a second. Just hold on, let me just add this. Where's the kabuki pen? There it is. I'll just put it to black. Where is the Bantha? Here it is. Just add that in. There we go. And then lock this layer again. I'll just make this blue as well so I know what I'm doing. But yeah, I don't think slathering Mark Hamill in makeup really fixed the issue, because now when people watch the holiday special, they're always like caught off guard by the fact that Mark Hamill is caked in makeup and like doesn't blink, and he's staring directly at the camera with his scary blue eyes, and he's just weird. Apparently he had a shit ton of makeup on because he had just been in a car accident, so he needed the whole layer of makeup in the holiday special. Yeah, again though, I feel like if they had just allowed to show some of the injury, because it must have been healing at that point, otherwise they wouldn't have put makeup on him. If it was still visible, I feel like people would have understood, especially for like a silly variety TV show, right? Hard to tell, it was 23 years before Freddy got fingered. Where Rip Torn slams his son's date for being a cripple. I mean, maybe, but I don't think that's really the concern. I should watch some more like 70s what would you call it, like celebrity gossip shows or whatever, and like see what was the vibe with the general public when it came to giving actors and actresses a little bit of grace for being real human beings. Because like I know what the vibe was in the 1920s, and I know what the vibe was in the 30s and 40s. No, mainly the 40s. I know what the vibe was in the 20s. I know what the vibe was in the 40s. But that's kind of where my knowledge falls off in terms of like how lenient were the general public in terms of like giving actors a little bit of leeway to being human beings. And that they sometimes aren't always at the top of their game. They're not always perfectly gorgeous and perfect makeup and perfect dress and all of that. Because it tends to change decade to decade. The first time I remember hearing about Life Day in Star Wars was when I read one of the Star Wars books called Death Troopers, which has Han and Chewie fighting zombie stormtroopers. That sounds awesome. Like, there's so much cool nonsense to do with Star Wars that we've just lost because Disney decided none of that is canon anymore. So they're not like gonna reprint it or make it available to the general public. But then they're like, oh, this is bad, but you know, the sequels, those are good. It's like, I would much rather read about zombie stormtroopers than watch the Star Wars sequels, quite frankly. I bet you anything the zombie stormtroopers are a lot more interesting and fun to read about than anything in the sequels whatsoever. Although I do hear Andor is good. I still need to watch Andor. Everybody I've spoken to have said Andor is an amazing TV show. So that's like the one thing I'm willing to give a chance. Everything else, nah. I think the funniest thing I said to you while watching the special was, what is Life Day? I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what Life Day is. To this day, nobody knows what Life Day is. And like I said, I just delighted that I put you through the absolute torture of watching the Star Wars Holiday Special, and then I get to lay on the final, like, nail in the coffin, which is that this didn't even air during Christmas. Where did I... Okay, here we go. This didn't air during Christmas. They made this entire nonsense of a special, and then they didn't even air it during Christmas. That's what, you don't remember me telling you that? The Star Wars Holiday Special did not, in fact, air during the holidays. It aired in November, like before Thanksgiving. Because nothing about the show was done competently. There's not one thing about this stupid show that anybody managed to do correctly. Again, this is why Harrison Ford looks like he wants to die throughout the whole thing. And I don't really blame him either. He's like, why am I in this? Also, if I remember correctly, I think the woman who played Princess Leia was, shall we say, high as a kite. A white powder that goes... Yeah, no, she was. Carrie Fisher really struggled with addiction at the time, and also it was the 80s. But she was essentially self-medicating, so yeah, she is really under the substance, and it's extremely obvious. I blocked so much from my memory that you told me about this special. It's for the best, trust me. I mean, that's kind of close to the holidays, I guess, but yeah, also that's American Thanksgiving. Canadian Thanksgiving is before freaking Halloween. Yeah. But again, like, the whole thing is bizarre. Like I said, it reminds me a lot of the live-action Mario Brothers movie. To the point that I sometimes get trivia mixed up between the two. Because it just seems like a lot of the same problems happened with both. Like, they're bad in a very, very similar way. Because the live-action Mario Brothers movie, it also has, like, Bob Hoskins just hating every second he's on screen. Except that Bob Hoskins actually puts in a good performance as Mario. Like, I actually really like Bob Hoskins as Mario. I kind of prefer Bob Hoskins as Mario to whatever Mario is these days. Hey, Mima, you didn't miss much. You missed, well, I mean, how far are we into the stream? I've mainly been talking about the Star Wars Holiday Special because we're drawing Lumpy. And we talked a bit about horror movies, and now I'm talking about the live-action Mario movie from 1993. Because it's one of those movies with a special kind of bad that I'm just absolutely enthralled by. So, of course, I've seen the live-action Mario movie, like, multiple times. It's not good, though. Like, the live-action Mario movie, it's difficult because there's a lot of annoying sounds in it, which is something that, well, I was going to say the Star Wars Holiday Special doesn't have that, but it does. It has 10 minutes of Wookiee talking without any subtitles. But the Mario movie throughout the whole thing is just very loud and annoying throughout the whole thing. And it makes it really obnoxious to try and watch. But if you're able to kind of stomach the annoyingness, it is fascinating to watch. It's really interesting, and there are parts of it that I think are interesting to see in like a live action way where they're not trying to copy the games one for one. I really enjoy Yoshi in the live action movie. I think it's really cool. I don't really know how I feel about them interpreting Bowser as basically lizard Donald Trump, and that's not me like trying to bring current day politicalness into it. That's literally the inspiration for, they call him King Koopa in the movie, but he's literally based on like 80s Donald Trump. It's very bizarre. It's very strange. I'm not sure how I feel about that one, but I do like Yoshi. I don't know what they were doing with the Toads. I don't know whether I like what the Toads are, or the Goombas, not the Toads, sorry. I think they're interesting if I didn't know they were toads. I think they're an interesting creature design. Again, I said toads. I meant Goombas. They're interesting if I didn't know they were supposed to be Goombas. That's the weird part. One bit of trivia I gotta add. Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo hated filming so much that they were completely plastered during most of the scenes. And at one point, Leguizamo was driving while such and an open door slammed on Hoskins' arm, breaking it. Apparently, there's a few scenes where you can see he's wearing a painted cast. That sucks, but also, I remember hearing that trivia as well, where between scenes they would go into, I think, Leguizamo's trailer, and they would just get blind drunk because they both hated it so much. And again, working with people in charge who are completely incompetent is a special kind of hell. Like, I'm sure it's like that in every job when your superiors are completely incompetent, because I'll sometimes see or hear things about people in other careers and having to deal with that, and it sounds very similar to the entertainment industry. But it's a really specific kind of terrible to have people in charge of your production who you feel like, I know more about filmmaking than these yahoos they digged up somewhere. And it's really frustrating. It's enough to drive you to madness. Like, really. I'm gonna head out. Hope everyone has a nice day. Thanks for stopping by, Diana. I really appreciate it. Biff and Back to the Future 2 was also a Trump comparison. It was an 80s thing. Oh yeah, there's a lot of that. I think I even mentioned that in the My Adventures with Superman review I did, because I mentioned that in the 80s, a lot of villains were based on Trump from the 80s. But just because it was based on a figure that everybody hated, it didn't mean that they belittled the character as a villain so that you didn't perceive him as a threat. Which was kind of my point about the character in My Adventures with Superman, who's based very obviously on like an Elon Musk kind of character. But then instead of making him intimidating, they try and like clown on him and make him seem pathetic at the same time, and it really undercuts him as a villain. And I used like the 80s Trump thing as a comparison, where even though they're satirizing Trump, they still are aware enough of the fact that as far as the story goes, they have to make this villain intimidating, otherwise we're not going to take him seriously, and then there's not going to be any sense of danger in the story. And it's just something that My Adventures with Superman failed to really do, because it was far more concerned with making fun of their Elon Musk insert character than writing a story, which it was only for one episode, but I found it very frustrating, and I found it indicative of a lot of the rest of the show and how it was written. Of course, the people in charge are incompetent, otherwise they'd be in your position. The thing about clowning on villains kind of reminds me of Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. Snyder was trying so hard to make a big statement with him, but he just turned into an utter twat. Yeah, like, that's exactly the kind of thing Snyder does as well. Snyder, I think, is very similar in all of his writing, where I think Snyder confuses the fact that making analogies makes him seem smart. I think he thinks that if you make an analogy to something in the real world, that automatically makes you like really intelligent. He kind of reminds me of the character in One Night in Paris. There is the boyfriend character, I forget his name. There's a boyfriend character in One Night in Paris where he's so desperate to come across as intellectual to the other characters. And the other two women in the modern day in that movie are like eating up everything that he's saying, even though he's so obviously an utter twat. And that kind of really reminds me a lot of like Snyder's filmmaking, quite frankly. That Musk parody villain is so similar to Kamsky, but he's just no. Yeah, like Kamsky is a much better villain. Again, that's the comparison I made in my video. Kamsky from Detroit Become Human, he's not even a villain in that game. He's just like an incidental character that you interact with in like one mission. Yes, he's responsible for a lot of the things that happen in the game story, but he himself is not really a villain of the story. And yet he's such a better written villain than what's-his-face from My Adventures with Superman. Any Elon Musk parody has to be better than his Simpsons episode. Everyone hates the one with Lady Gaga, but at least she sounded like she wanted to be there. Oh, was he in the Simpsons? I am not shocked. Because like even Star Trek Discovery like gives lip service to Elon Musk as like this grand visionary. It's like, okay, whatever, dude. Like, no. Just no. He's an intimidating character. Yeah, Kamsky is great. Kamsky is a really cool character. Detroit Become Human is such an interesting game to talk about because Connor and Hank's story is an amazing piece of like story writing. It's not like the best thing ever, but it is so well done in what it's trying to do. And then there's the rest of the game. And the rest of the game is garbage when it comes to writing. It's so bad. It's like shockingly bad. Like there is so much wrong with the writing in Detroit Become Human, from a fundamental level, from a mechanical level, from a character level, from like just a basic social level. Like the way that story treats Kara, the female character, is insane. The fact that Marcus has absolutely no personality whatsoever is ridiculous. There's so much in that game which is just trash. The game is so bad. And then you have Connor and Hank, and it's like this really good piece of writing. It's not like trying to be amazing. It's not like it's Lord of the Rings or anything, but it's very good characters with a very interesting dynamic that gets fleshed out naturally over the course of the plot. And the crime that they are investigating directly relates to both them as people as well as their relationship with each other. And it's just a really nice piece of writing. And everything else in that game is bad. And not even just like a little bit bad. It's really bad. It's like garbage bad. It's terrible, terrible. So it's such an insane video game. Because like, it's like... I kind of understand how this happened, because apparently Connor and Hank's actor ad-libbed a lot of their characters because David Cage just was not interested in writing them that much. But I'm like, it's just insane. How did this happen to this degree? It's really, really ridiculous. Fun fact, his sister runs Passion Flicks and directs softcore romance movies. Is this Musk or David Cage? Because I could believe that about both of them. It speaks volumes about the game when the fan art you see of the characters is just Hank and Connor. Yeah. The only thing I've found for like Kara is there's an amazing video on YouTube by a musician who does a fusion of Connor's theme and Kara's theme, and he like does like a fusion version of both of them on his violin, and it's really, really good. I really like it, and I'm very sad I can't use it and things because it gets struck with copyright. But that's like the only real fan thing I've seen done for Kara, like at all. I've seen maybe one or two drawings of Marcus, but it's drawings that like have him as like a traditional good looking anime character, if that makes sense. Like, it looks like something you'd see on Pixiv, and that's about it. Which leads me to believe the only reason that person liked Marcus is because he's, like, physically attractive. Which, you know, fair enough, but whatever. Elon Musk, her name is Tosca. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't shock me. And again, if you had told me David Cage, I wouldn't have believed it as well. Whoops, I thought I heard Seepuff say she was going to end the stream. Must have been my imagination. No, I didn't say I was going to end the stream. I think I might have had a fright when my tab crashed. Maybe that's what you heard. But no, I'm not ending the stream. Hey Brian, is it January? It's January now. It's January today. And then it can go back to being February. Oh, speaking of which, just while I remember, the Patreon didn't hit the 100 threshold for a Patreon stream this month for February. But as I said before, I mentioned this quite a while ago, I do want to start streaming twice a month. One that's like a free stream, which doesn't run as long, and it's only like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and it'll just be me drawing, like working on a personal project. I won't take a request. And then there will be like the Patreon stream, which will be like today, where it's like a full stream, where it's like, I don't know how long we've been going, like maybe, oh, there we go. We've been going for almost 3 hours, and I take a drawing request from chat, and that's kind of Patreon stream. But I thought I would start including a free stream, because I think not streaming because the Patreon goal wasn't hit is shooting myself in the foot. It just seems like a bad decision as a YouTuber. However, I also don't want to con the people who support me on Patreon out of the thing that they're paying me for by giving it to people for free. So that was kind of how I was thinking to accommodate both people, is to, from this year forward, we'll do 2 streams a month. One will be one like this, and one will be a much more chill, much shorter stream that will be done for free. And if the Patreon pledge doesn't meet that standard, then we just do the free stream. And I do understand that that runs the risk of people feeling that it's not worth supporting the Patreon if they get a free stream anyway. But I'm like trying to navigate this so that it works to the best that I can get it to work, where nobody feels cheated, but I'm also not sabotaging my channel. And that's kind of the solution I've settled on, where I'm like, I think that would be okay. But yes, that's kind of what I was thinking. So February didn't hit the $100 threshold, but I will probably do a free stream where I'll just maybe work on something for myself for about an hour and a half, and we'll chat. And then hopefully, if we reach the $100 threshold for March, we'll do another like 2 streams where it'll be a request stream like now, and then the free stream as well. So that's what I was thinking. Anyway, back to Mima, who was talking about Kara. Kara was propped up to be more important than she ended up being. She's the voice of the trailer. She's the focal point of the tech demo. I've seen the suggestion that she received severe cuts narratively. Yeah, Dana was telling me about that as well, because Dana plans on streaming it soon. Jenna was saying that, yeah, they took a lot of Kara's plot points and gave it to Marcus instead. That's the prevailing theory, and I can kind of see how that would happen, but I don't know why David Cage would do it that way. But also, I don't really understand how David Cage's head works. He's a very bizarre, like, game maker in terms of like writing and character work. He's a very strange man. I don't really understand him. If I didn't have to dump $2,000 on my car, I'd chip into the Patreon. Well, thanks, I do appreciate it. But yes, that's the solution I think I'm gonna go with. And I think it works out for everyone, because then we still hang out in a stream, but it's not like the Patreon stream feels like a reward for that Patreon tier. But also, if the tier is not hit, then we still hang out, and I still do a stream once a month, which is good for my channel. So I felt like that is as close to as a everybody wins situation as I can get. But I'll let you guys know. But yes, February, the stream will probably be just the short free stream. because yeah, the Patreon has already paid out, so that's just how I'm gonna like navigate that to the best of my ability. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying. I'm trying to make smart decisions here. It's not my strong point. Kara's story in its current form comes across as very incomplete because of these supposed cuts. Her story benefits from being more focused, but now she's a watered down, less interesting character. Yeah, and like I'm not the kind of person to complain about this sort of thing, but David Cage is very weird in how he writes his female characters. And I mean, you guys have seen my videos. I'm not somebody who really like yells about that sort of thing in every piece of content. I'm not somebody who to automatically assume sexism or anything like that. But David Cage, like, there's legitimately something very, very weird in how he writes his female characters. Every single one of his games that feature a female character, she's always like the victim of violence based on the fact that she is a woman. Almost all of them have like a very... Oh, thank you, Avina. I'll continue my thought in a second. Oh, thank you, Kevin. That's so kind of you. Thank you so very, very much. I hope this helps make up for the Patreon goal. You're an amazing creator and we all enjoy the work you do. Even if I can't make all the streams, you are definitely one of the creators I love to support. Also, happy belated birthday, Seapuff. Thank you so much, Kevin. That's so, so kind to you. That's so kind. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. But yeah, David Cage, every single female character in his games, they're always given these like very stereotypically women roles, right? They're always like the love interest that requires saving by the male character, often from violence acted upon them. Like it's very specific, and I would ignore it if not for the fact that it's a very obvious pattern. Like you see it in every single game. Every single female character tends to follow this exact same line of like victimization and almost objectification. And there's something, it's a vibe. And if you've like watched or played enough of the games, you pick up on it. So the fact that Kara might have had a bigger role to play narratively and then got delegated into this like very cut down role rather than possibly taking up Marcus's position as being like the revolutionary, that just seems very much in line with the way that David Cage writes female characters in general. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll talk about Kara a bit more. Thank you, Ultimate Tiebreaker. Thank you so much for the gift membership. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. But yeah, as for Kara, one thing that drives me crazy is, this is a spoiler, but again, it's for the bad part of Detroit Become Human, so who cares? The little girl, Alice, I think her name is, you find out by the end of the game that she is also an android. She's not a real little girl. And I can only guess that the reason they wrote it like that is because there is a condition in the game where where Alice can get shot by the like anti-robot police or whatever they are. And I don't know whether they didn't want to depict a real child getting shot. So they made her an android to avoid like a potential controversy in that aspect. Because Alice being a robot completely like destroys Kara's entire storyline. It literally ruins her entire narrative. It ruins her as a character. It ruins her storyline, and it makes everything she does completely inconsequential. Like you could cut Kara from the game, and nothing would change. Like I cannot overemphasize how making Alice an android completely undermines everything Kara does in the game whatsoever. It's like actually insane, and it makes no sense. Like, if you start the game and like the way that Carl, the abusive asshole who buys Kara, the way that he interacts with Alice and the way that Alice interacts with him, it makes zero sense as to, like, if she was an android, none of that makes sense. None of that interaction makes sense. None of that dynamic makes sense. It makes no sense. And even beyond that, Carl is living in like a very bad neighborhood. How the hell did this washed up divorced guy have the money for not one but two androids? That's, what do you mean? This unemployed drug abuser who like hits women and is upset about his wife leaving him. He has money for two androids, really? Especially like a child android, which is, I can only imagine, a massive luxury item. Because like the other androids, you could argue, oh, it's like a domestic worker. But like the child is literally just a vanity object. Why does Carl have the money for that? It makes no sense. None of this makes sense. So again, it's that, Detroit Become Human is the game of all time. Really. And again, it makes it absolutely confusing as to how Connor and Hank are genuinely these incredibly well done characters with like actual pathos and character arcs, and whose stories like perfectly complement the bigger plot, as well as their individual personalities, as well as their relationship with each other. It's insane that this is like part of a game that includes something like Alice being a robot. That's ridiculous. I don't know how this happened. Especially when androids are leaving people unemployed in this universe. People like Todd. What was his name? Todd? I kept saying Carl. Sorry. Who cares? You know who I mean. Yeah, he's unemployed because the androids took his job. So he buys a child android because his wife divorced him because he lost his job to this doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. Like him breaking Kara because he's angry at androids. That I understand. Like that I get. But you're telling me this unemployed guy who hates androids, why? How does he buy two of them with the lack of money? And why? Just why? Hey, Mr. Ben. Oh, thank you so much. It's so kind of you. Thank you. Hey, C-Puff. Better late than never. Hey, chat. Happy belated birthday, C-Puff. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's so kind. Mwah, mwah. Thank you. I really appreciate it. But yeah, like Todd. So I called him Carl. I don't know why. I was probably thinking of like King of the Hill or something. But yeah, bizarre. Makes no sense. Why? Why is this here? Why is the game like this? Why does it have these very amazing good characters and then everything else is a dumpster fire? It's so weird. None of it makes sense. Meanwhile, it's got Lance Hendrickson as this amazing cameo because Lance Hendrickson played Bishop, the android in the Aliens movies. And that's why he's in Detroit Become Human, and I actually really like his character, but I think it's mainly because it's played by Lance Hendrickson, and he's like a really good actor. That's the only reason that works. With all this money, C-Puff can buy her own android. Maybe Todd is a VTuber. Maybe that's his like secret. Is in the year whenever Detroit takes place, I think it's like, what, 2077 or whatever. He's like a VTuber, and he uses like a voice changer. And like that's why he needs to like take heavy drugs as well to cope with being a VTuber. Next time, I'm so glad I don't design characters on stream, but we need somebody to design what Todd's VTuber looks like. Because now I want to see that, but I'm not going to be the one to design it. Forget that I'm not doing it. I don't understand Alice's concern about Kara not loving her because of her android nature. But why would that be a worry? Kara is an android. Why would she hate Alice for being an android? None of it makes sense. Nothing in the game, apart from Connor and Hank, makes sense. And even Connor and Hank, there's some weirdness here and there in their story as well. But at least, like, Connor and Hank make more sense than they don't make sense. Whereas Kara, almost nothing in her story makes sense whatsoever. Alice doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It doesn't matter which part of the story you talk about. And Marcus doesn't have a character at all. Marcus is just kind of there. And I think the actor playing him is good. I just think he's given almost nothing to work with. So he kind of just has to play like generic, charismatic, revolutionary leader. I think mostly it's just him trying to like play himself. YouTube is not letting me send money. Brian was struggling. Adam was struggling earlier as well. Let me just check. Well, I just got a super chat, so it's definitely still monetized. Adam, did you figure out why it wasn't letting you super chat? Because Ultimate Tiebreaker is saying that they're struggling with the same issue as well. I'm very concerned why that's happening. I wonder if it's like a problem on YouTube's end. Sorry, to clarify, my birthday was yesterday and CPerf was last week. Yes, my birthday is on the 21st of January. That was either last week or the week before. I can't remember. No, I think it was last week, wasn't it? Who knows? Who cares? My birthday, the 21st, it's the same day that Louis the 14th was beheaded. Hooray! So that's kind of what I correlate my birthday to. The generic charismatic revolutionaries are my new protest metal band name. Generic charismatic revolutionaries. I feel like you could turn that into a metal band name. You just have to tweak it a bit. I'm trying to think of how one can. Generic revolution. That might be a good metal name. It wasn't an issue for me. I just tried when the other guy said it was having issues. Oh, sorry. I know somebody else was having an issue though, so I think it might be on YouTube's side because I'm still monetized, so maybe there's just a problem which has like nothing to do with me. It's like probably something to do with like the YouTube servers or like Google Ireland, who is the side of Google that pays me. I don't know. Who knows? Like I've said before, even YouTube doesn't always know how YouTube works. It's a mystery to all of us. But yeah, the generic revolutionaries, that would be a good band name. I don't know about metal. It could be metal if you do like punk. I'm thinking of like the Dropkick Murphys, who have a song called The Workers Song, it's like so good. I'm not the biggest fan of the Dropkick Murphys. It's not really my style of rock. Well, it's punk, right? Punk isn't my favorite, but the Workers Song is really good. It's really, really good. Anyway, that's kind of who I would think would have a band called like the Generic Revolutionaries. We should find a DeLorean and banish Detroit Become Human to the 1980s so it can be an Atari game. I don't know. I feel like if Detroit Become Human was an Atari game, it would, like, I'm automatically picturing E.T. And I know there are other Atari games, but like, I just feel like that's the kind of quality that Detroit would Become Human would become if you were to turn it into an Atari game. I was saying, again, to Dana, I feel like a good version of Detroit Become Human is Deus Ex, specifically the new one. Is it called Human Evolution? I think Mankind Divided is the newest one, but I'm talking about the one that came out first for the PS3. Because like, I feel like that does the concept of like industrialization, taking away employment and setting it in Detroit, and its history of like the automotive industry and the Detroit riots and fires that like severely crippled the city in terms of like the job market and stuff. I feel like Deus Ex does a lot more with that concept than Detroit Become Human, which kind of raises it as a point and then never mentions it again, like at all, ever. It's very bizarre. It's another part of that game I don't understand. It brings up the idea of like humans losing their jobs to androids. Like at the beginning, it's like a big part of Act 1. And then they never talk about it again because then the focus becomes on like human rights for androids. And they don't solve the problem of like the dropping rate of employment at all. They just, we're just supposed to forget about it. Generic revolutionaries, I like that. And yeah, I was kind of thinking like Rage Against the Machine / Dead Kennedy style protest rock songs. Yeah, so I wasn't too far off with the Dropkick Murphys. Yeah, similar idea. Speaking of Atari, what's the arcade scene like in South Africa? Weird question, I know. I've just been really into arcade restoration videos lately. I don't think no, I lie. We probably have collectors, but I don't think we have like arcades, like barcades or any like arcade revival. I do know we might have arcade collectors. I think pinball machines are a little bit more popular here because there's an antique store in the town I live that actually has a pinball machine for sale, and it's like in really good condition. So somebody cares about it. But in terms of like the arcade scene, not really big here. I don't actually know how big arcades were here because South Africa was kind of behind technologically for a while. We got our first television in 1977. Like, before that, there was not television in South Africa at all. 1977 is when TV came to this country. So you can kind of think, if TV only arrived here in 1977, like when arcades came out in America, that's kind of difficult to try and like justify in terms of technology. I remember when I was very, very young, I would always be angry because Disney movies would take a year to come out here. They would be out in America and like all the merchandise would be out, but then it would take an entire year before the movie even showed here, and it would drive me crazy. Androids literally do not need rights. It's so stupid. They don't need to be paid because they don't need to eat or sleep or have shelter or anything. They're not at risk of starving without work. Yeah, it's a very flawed version of the whole like robots as representation of like rights. Again, Blade Runner did it so much better. Because Blade Runner isn't really concerned with the legality of robotics. Blade Runner is concerned about the question of what makes one human, and transhumanism, that's the word I'm looking for. Like, Blade Runner is concerned with transhumanism as its subject matter, whereas like Detroit Become Human is like concerned with human rights in terms of legality, because David Cage thinks he's very clever. And that's why it has things like, it has like the Underground Railroad, but like for androids. Because again, David Cage thinks he's super smart. He does a thing where he thinks he's super smart by referencing things. Right? He's like, oh, I am super intelligent. See, my game about human rights has the Underground Railroad in it, but it's for robots. Because like, it's an analogy. Oh, I'm so intelligent. It's like, it's so surface level. It's so pseudo-intellectual. It drives me crazy. It's insane. It's the kind of thing you'd read on r/I'm 14 and this is deep. It's the kind of thing Jaden Smith would tweet, you know? I think an Underground Railroad is just a subway. Oh, boo. The source material's name is Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which gives you plenty of clues. Yeah, I've never read the novel. I am aware of it though. But like, Blade Runner, like I said, it's I'll be here all night. Blade Runner is very much more interested in discussing like the nature of humanity and what classifies you as a human, and how much different does an engineered person, like, what is the difference between an engineered person and you? Like, where do you draw the line in terms of like defining yourself and defining what a human is? Whereas Detroit Become Human is all about like human rights and things like that. And it's like not interested really in talking about the nature of humanity, except again for Hank and Connor's story, which is far more concerned with discussing those ideas. Which is again why it's the best story in the whole game, and everything else is trash because nothing else works. Fallout 4 did that too with Synths. Yeah, but like Fallout 4 is just, I'm poisoned against that game because I really enjoy Patrician TV's breakdowns of why they don't work, both mechanically as video games, but especially as pieces of writing. And again, like, Fallout 4 is another one, from what I can tell, that does the thing where things like mentioning the topic is the same thing as like dissecting it and delving and digging into it and giving it substance, right? For my money, my favorite depiction of intelligent robots will always be the Mega Man X/0/ZX games. The Mega Man games, they kind of take their inspiration from like Astro Boy though, right? Because that's kind of Astro Boy's bread and butter. Astro Boy is entirely about the nature of humanity and the difference between, like, where does the difference lie between a robot and a human being? And that's why the animated Metropolis movie, it doesn't really follow the Metropolis manga. It follows more the original Metropolis movie, but then it also brings a lot of that aspects of like the transhumanism aspect into it because it comes from Astro Boy. So yeah, that's why that's like that. But as far as I understand it, Mega Man takes a lot of its inspiration from Astro Boy, so it would also have a lot of that in it. Kind of like how Sonic takes a lot of its inspiration from Dragon Ball Z, where it's very obviously inspired, but it's like a divergent from the concept and kind of starts going off in its own direction as far as the concept is concerned. Guys, I know about a thing. Everyone love me and praise me for my knowledge. Yeah, exactly. It's like people who confuse having information with being intelligent, which is, it's not the same thing. Like, simply having information does not automatically make you intelligent. That just means that you have information, right? Anybody with enough patience on Wikipedia can achieve the same like understanding, the same like database to like draw information from. Whereas intelligence has a lot more to do with like processing and abstract thought and being able to like think abstractly in an abstract way about concepts and like, yes, analogy, but not so straightforward as being like a one-to-one to something in real life. Like, oh, they're robots and it's human rights, right? That's not particularly, it's not particularly a deep analogy. Whereas I'm trying to think of an example. What would be? Because I like that kind of thing, right? The kind of movies and stuff I like is when there is an analogy and it's really interesting and they're doing like really abstract things with it. It's why I like sci-fi, I think. What is a good example? It's difficult to draw and think at the same time sometimes. What's a good example? I can't think of something. I know for a fact, because that's the kind of thing I like, so I know it exists. I just can't think of it right this second. If you like the transhuman aspects, look up the anime Android Kikaider. I'll type that up so that I remember it. Android Kikaider. I'll grab that. Oh yeah, I've seen this. I'm aware of this. I just haven't watched it, but I am aware of this. Mass Effect is beautiful because I can spend half an hour talking to some random volus. To quote Miyamoto, what it takes to make a good movie is very different to what it takes to make a good game. Yes and no. I think it depends because games have become so complex, right? And because what I like about games are narrative focused. But even then, it is different because how much influence you as the player have on the story greatly affects choices versus just a visual novel. Because I'm not a big fan of visual novels, but I do like narrative-driven games. So, yeah, it does mean that the kind of games that I would enjoy would be different from just a visual novel, which I feel is more in line with what a movie would be, because it's a narrative experience that's going down a linear path. I'm a bit scared to see the new Silent Hill movie. I hear it's not great, but then again, it's a Silent Hill movie, so what do you expect? Yeah. I have very little faith in Silent Hill in the modern day. I hear Silent Hill F is pretty good, but I hear it's very obvious. It's like very, very obvious in what it's about. It's very straightforward. There isn't much to interpret. It is just as it is. Actually, Silent Hill is a good example of the kind of analogy that I really enjoy. I don't want to be too specific because I'm trying to bully Dana into playing it, and I know she's in chat at the moment. But Silent Hill and the way it uses an analogy to further give forward the experience of grief and terminal illness. Like, that's why I like Silent Hill. I like the way it tells that story And it's also the reason why I still need to watch Solaris. I just haven't yet because it's very long and I'm a little intimidated by it. But that's also why I think I will like Solaris as well, because Solaris is also kind of, it's a sci-fi story, but it's an analogy of like, Dana, but it's an analogy of like interpersonal relationships in terms of how alien another person can be to you. Because as a human being can be as alien to you as an otherworldly creature. That's kind of the idea behind Solaris, but not really. That's like an extremely simplified version of what's going on in that movie. Oops, I'm on the wrong layer, but it's fine. I'll just continue. But that's what I like about Silent Hill, especially Silent Hill 2. That's what I'm talking about. And I feel Silent Hill 2 does the concept of analogy very well, because it's not just doing a one-for-one, word replacement, where it's like, oh, human rights, but androids. No, Silent Hill does the analogy by using imagery and visuals and monsters to be an analogy for an emotional process that you go through if you are in a similar situation as James. Maybe not a one-for-one exact situation as James, but to better expand upon James's experience as a widower and having watched his wife die from a terminal illness. That's what the analogy of Silent Hill as a location and the monsters are. And that's why I like it, because I find that's a very intelligent way to use analogy. It's not just going, oh, it's the thing, but not, It's like, okay. Honestly, Seapath, you should really watch Scavenger's Reign, especially since you like Rain World. Yeah, I really need to get on that. I actually have a copy. I just haven't watched it yet. But that's been on my list for a while. That and Summit of the Gods, which I don't know if it's the same people, but I always think of Summit of the Gods when I think of Scavenger's Reign, even though the two have absolutely nothing to do with each other narratively. One's about an alien world and the other one's about mountain climbing. One of the early stories for Silent Hill 3 was going to be so much darker than the story they went with, which is crazy. Yeah, I watched Ragnarok's video. Excuse me, hiccup. Ragnarok's video on the original concepts that we know of surrounding Silent Hill 3. It's really messed up. Like, it would have been super interesting, but I kind of understand why they were told to scale it back, because I feel that the subject matter is such a degree of upsetting that it was really pushing it to try and do that in like the mid 2000s. I think even doing it today, it would be really, really pushing it to try and cover like the concepts that Silent Hill 3 originally wanted to deal with, especially in like a third-person horror game. Like if you tried to do it in like a super artsy walking simulator, maybe, but yeah, even today, that's a difficult sell to cover some of those topics. So yeah, I'm not shocked that they were told, no, you can't do this in like your franchise horror game for the PlayStation 2. It's not going to work. I can't accept Silent Hill as just a supernatural town that reads your mind. I need a deeper explanation. See, I disagree, but I am somebody who I really like ambiguousness. I enjoy when not everything is explained. I don't know if that was developed from watching anime OVAs back in the day, because many times an anime OVA was like based on a manga, so it's just kind of, here are some scenes from the manga, but in animation form, and we're not really going to explain anything. Or here's an idea that we had, but we didn't have money to turn it into a TV show, so here's just the rough concept as like a story. Or it'll be like promoting a video game or a manga or a light novel, so it'll like end on a very vague explanation or like no elaboration, and that's it, that's all you get. So I kind of just grew up accepting that sometimes you don't get answers for things. So I am actually one of those people. I really enjoy when things are not fully explained. Which is different than something not, like, some things need an explanation in a story. You can't just be like, oh, because, and not explain anything. You need like a specific kind of balance, which I think is very difficult to do, between not needing to explain but not making your audience feel unsatisfied. And I think it's a very difficult balance, and I think a lot of things struggle with that. But in terms of Silent Hill, I prefer the concept of the town from Silent Hill 2, where it's not an evil town. It's almost, I always felt like the town in Silent Hill 2 is almost benevolent in a way, because even though it's putting you through the horrors, it's intentionally forcing you to come face to face with something that you don't want to come face to face with. Again, Dana hasn't played it and she doesn't know any of the twists, so I'm trying to be vague. But I always felt like the town in Silent Hill 2 is not an evil entity. It's almost like a therapy session where it's forcing you to come face to face with things that you don't want to face. And therefore it's almost benevolent in a way. And I don't really vibe with the idea of, oh, the town is just evil. Like, that to me is far less interesting than whatever the hell is going on in Silent Hill 2. But also, they don't really explain Silent Hill 2 to you either, and I prefer it that way. I don't need answers. I don't need to know how the town functions, because we don't know. It's a weird town. Hey, Sleepup, gotta head out. Hope you and the rest of the viewers have a great day. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you so much for the super chats. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think an explanation for the town would distract from the themes the games are trying to explore. Yeah, again, Dana, I know, again, I'm using Dana as an example. Sorry, I keep referring to her. But Dana really likes Rule of Rose. And I think Rule of Rose is great. And Rule of Rose kind of contextualize what's going on in the story. I think it's a dream. I think that's like how it handles the narrative. But I don't think Rule of Rose really explains much of why you are experiencing what's happening. Like, there's no real explanation for why is Jennifer going through this at this moment in time. Why is she reliving these childhood memories? Like, what triggered it? Why is she having these flashbacks now? And it's never really explained, and it's because it's not important to the story. Right? That's not the point. You're kind of missing the point if that's what you're focusing on. And we will never know if Footloose was anime only. Pyramid Head gets freaky with some dolls. That's a spoiler, Brian. How could you? You've ruined the entire game. Now everybody who's never played Silent Hill 2 won't be able to enjoy it because you told them that. It was supposed to be a surprise. Groundhog Day. You don't explain the time loop. You focus on the character. Your description of Silent Hill 2 sounds like the same principle. I think so, yeah, and I think that's a good way to try and explain it. Because yeah, Groundhog Day is a bizarre story if you try and figure out like how on earth did this movie happen? Why any of this? I think Big is similar. Big, you can kind of argue, well, it's a magic genie contraption that made him become an adult for a while. But at the same time, it kind of doesn't explain anything. It's like, it doesn't really give you any answers as to why anything in the movie happens. But again, it doesn't really matter because that's not the focus. The focus is Bill Murray? No, it's not Bill Murray. I always get him and the other guy confused. Forrest Gump. It's Forrest Gump experiencing the life of an adult through the perspective of being a child. That's what the movie wants you to focus on. It's not about the magical genie contraption and how come it has these powers that it can turn Forrest Gump, Tom Hanks, thank you, that it can turn Tom Hanks into a child again. I bet you anything though, a lot of movies coming out of America at the moment seem completely like focused on explaining things that we really don't need explanations for. I was saying how in the Solo movie, it felt the need to explain how Han Solo got his name, and it's like the stupidest thing you've ever seen in your life. And like in the new Star Wars sequel movie, they like feel the need to show Leia giving Chewbacca the medal that he didn't get in the first Star Wars movie, even though it like he wasn't a pilot in the first movie. That's why he doesn't get a medal. It's because he wasn't the one flying. But anyway, Hollywood like tries and explains things that don't need explaining, and it just makes everything worse. I feel like if Hollywood were to make a sequel to Groundhog Day, they would like try and over explain how the mechanics of Groundhog Day work. Like they would try and explain how the time loop works, why it happened to Tom Hanks. Like they would try so hard to like make it make sense, because they'll find like one person on Reddit who made a post like 8 years ago complaining about the mechanics of the time loop and how it doesn't make any sense, and then they'll get like super self-conscious about it and feel the need to like over explain everything, and then everybody will hate it and they'll get like, you know, 40% on Rotten Tomatoes, and then we'll never speak of it again. So yeah, I just speed ran that entire situation for you, so hopefully it doesn't happen now, because it's there. I just explained it. It happened. We don't need to do it in real life. It reminds me of the criticism of Porco Rosso, that it has no ending. Like everything needs a resolution. Porco Rosso is a perfect movie. The people who say that don't know what they're talking about. And again, missing the point of the movie. It's like the same people who will say a character is a bad character because they don't have a character arc. Like, not every character has to have a character arc. And again, I'm thinking of people who are like, oh, The Little Mermaid is a bad movie because Ariel doesn't go through any change. And I'm like, that's not how writing works. Not every character has to go through a change for it to be a good story or a good character. That's a very limited way of thinking about writing. That kind of dictates that there's only one correct way to write a story. And you have to follow that formula. You can't deviate from it in any way. So yeah, the whole like, oh, Porco Rosso doesn't have a resolution. It just stops. I'm like, yeah, it's how the movie works. It's how the movie works. It's how the movie is supposed to be written. It's how it is, because it's a good movie. It's like Devilman, where Akira goes, wait, why don't we just hydrogen bomb the demons? And Ryo explains why they can't hydrogen bomb the demons for like 4 pages. Yeah. People saying Whisper of the Heart is bad because the girl doesn't achieve her dreams. What were you watching, bro? How do they know? The movie ends before we get to see that. Because again, it's a snapshot in time. It's a snapshot in time of this girl's life. She probably does achieve her dreams. If anything, The Cat Returns is very commonly theorized to be the story that the girl in Whispers of the Heart writes. But again, the movie doesn't have to like hold you by the hand and walk you through every single event and be like, and see, now she achieved her dream and she lived happily ever after. It's like, is that really going to improve the movie for you? Is that really going to like make anything that happens in the movie better than it currently is? Because if it does, I don't know, man. Maybe you should watch a different genre of movies, because I don't think you're gelling with this one. I don't think it's delivering to you what you wanted to. If in fact a character beginning resistance to change can be insanely interesting, every game and movie should be the alien/UFO ending from Silent Hill. That is true. Actually, every single game, movie, whatever, should have the dog ending from Silent Hill 2, where it's all revealed to be a dog pulling wires behind the scenes that just caused everything to happen. That should be the canon ending to everything, including Morrowind, which I'm listening to. Actually, that being the ending to Morrowind would make a lot of sense. Like, that could happen in Morrowind, and I wouldn't bat an eye. Like, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Solo wanted to explain things about Han Solo, but couldn't explain why the movie itself should exist. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I wonder how many people blindly got the dog ending. I don't know, but it's impossible to get the dog ending on the first playthrough. You actually need to play the game, I think, either twice or 3 times to get the dog ending. You can't just accidentally trigger it. And I think that's very clever. They actually did it that way so that you don't accidentally, you know, get to the dog pulling wires behind the scenes and think that's supposed to be canon. The dog ending is the only thing I know about Silent Hill. Yeah, because it's amazing. It's really good. It sounds like the game version of the Sint Elsewhere TV multiverse. Oh lord. Don't get me started on the Elseworld like TV multiverse thing. That's another, that's like a Reddit conspiracy theory before Reddit existed. That's like the whole every Pixar movie takes place in the same universe. It's like that kind of like insanity where it's like, why? How does that actually make anything better? How does that make the narrative better? How does that make the characters more interesting? How does that elevate the film in any way, shape, or form? That's just like I don't even know. It's like playing like Where's Wally with the movie you're watching. It's like, okay, and if that were true, how does that improve the storytelling or characters or themes? How? Apart from being like a think piece for you to like ponder while you're playing a game on your phone in the bathroom, how does that actually contribute anything to the individual movies whatsoever? Reddit before Reddit, you mean Dig? Seeing Dagoth on strings with a Labrador in the skybox puppeting him would be funny, and also it would kind of be understandable. Morrowind is a very strange game when it comes to the narrative. It is a bizarre game. That's why I like it so much. Dagoth on strings would honestly just be Vivek. It would just be like Vivek up in the sky, manipulating everything, and then like gaslight girl boss, gatekeeping the Nerevarine, and like telling the Nerevarine that, oh no, he had nothing to do with this. Like, you know, this is all preordained, which is, I'm going on a tangent here, but that's kind of what happens in Morrowind. Because the whole concept of Morrowind is the unreliable narrator. That's the main focus of the plot, where there is a prophecy that Nerevar will get reincarnated and save Morrowind from Dagoth-Ur. So when Dagoth-Ur started waking up again, Azura went, oh shit, Dagoth-Ur is gonna wreck our shit here, we need to do something. So then she sends a dream to the Emperor that your character is the reincarnation of Nerevar, and that he needs to be sent to Morrowind. And but like, it's never explained whether you actually are a reincarnation, or if Azura just made that shit up so she could railroad you into following the path to becoming the Nerevarine, even though you're not really a reincarnation. She basically manipulates everything to force you into the role of reincarnation. And it's never explained if you actually are a reincarnation. It's really good. I actually really like it. It's a really interesting way to do a Chosen One story, where it's like, you may or may not be the Chosen One, but I don't know, you're the name I drew out of a hat, so it's your problem now, and you better fix it or you die. So yeah, Vivek like manipulating Dagoth on strings would be perfectly narratively in line for Morrowind. Basically, yeah, the dog behind the scenes pulling wires. Again, it makes perfect sense for Morrowind. Nerevarine is an Imperial psyop. That might actually be a canon thing as well. Like, you could make the argument that that's what's happening as well. Morrowind is such a good game. It's so interesting and well written. It's actually insane. The most bizarre thing I've seen regarding movie watches is that apparently some people don't actually watch movies. They feel them. Let the sound and images wash over them without thinking at all. The thing is, there are movies where you can do that. I think I was about to use Koyaanisqatsi as an example, but Koyaanisqatsi does actually want you to think about what you're watching, even though Koyaanisqatsi is entirely just visuals and music. It still kind of wants you to conceptualize what you're watching. It's why I haven't seen it yet, because I find it extremely nihilistic, and I don't think it's going to be fun to watch. So no, what would be a movie that's like actually written to be enjoyed emotionally without needing you to think about it? Again, I would say Fantasia, but even Fantasia wants you to like think about what's going on. Yeah, that's literally Fantasia. But again, because the concept behind Fantasia is that Walt Disney was trying to bring the experience of listening to classical music by an orchestra to people who were not able to experience that. Like people in smaller towns, people who lived very far away from anywhere an orchestra would be. And Fantasia was kind of his way to try and bring that experience to people through visual and sound. Like that was the intent behind the movie. So maybe he wants you to watch it without thinking about it, but there's at least some thought behind the movie. That one might fit that criteria. The Force Awakens might actually be a good contender for a movie that they don't want you to think about. They just want you to experience emotionally. That one might actually be the winner for a movie that you just experience on an emotional level and don't actually have any intellectual stimulation from it whatsoever. Kind of insane that movie is written that way. That movie is so bad. That movie is so bad. And I can boast that I went to go see Force Awakens in IMAX theaters on like opening week. I watched it before anybody started saying reviews about it. I started watching it before anybody had anything to say about it. And I sat in the theater watching a brand new Star Wars movie in IMAX. And about halfway through, I said to myself, you know, I can leave. I don't have to sit here and like watch this whole thing. It's really, really bad. I can walk out if I want. And I didn't because I've never walked out of a movie before. But yeah, like even before I heard a single word of criticism against it, I was like, this is really bad. This is actually a really bad movie. Alice in Wonderland, maybe? No, because Alice in Wonderland, like, it's got the whole nonsense thing, and nonsense can kind of only exist if it's got logic to balance itself against, which automatically means that it wants you to think about it a little bit, which is a little abstract, but that's kind of how that goes. But apart from that, you're 98% out of luck. Even Space Odyssey had a plot. Yeah, even Star Chaser had a plot, and I'm pretty sure Star Chaser just wants you to think of Star Wars while you watch it. Midori, emotion only, no thought, or you'll be driven insane. Oh, did you have to bring up Midori? I've been trying to avoid Midori. I've been trying to avoid bringing up Midori again, ever. I want this topic gone. I don't want to talk about Midori anymore. But yeah, that one might also qualify for emotions only. But even Midori, when it was released, it was doing so as like a traveling horror show that Japan used to have, where they would have like these traveling little horror kiosks. I read about it in Shigeru Mizuki's book. So Midori was kind of trying to do that. So again, there was at least some thought behind it, and it wanted its audience to kind of understand it within a certain context. So there was at least that, even though the movie is like that. I haven't even seen Midori. I want it to be clear, I've not seen Midori. I just know what happens in it. That's why I haven't seen it. No, thank you. I think it was only a couple of days after I watched The Force Awakens where I thought on it and considered that it wasn't all that good. Yeah, no, the part where that I clocked out and I was like, you know what, this is a bad movie, is the part where Rey has been kidnapped and the others are showing up to rescue her. And it's like a big battle with like ships and stuff. I haven't watched it in so long, I can't even remember the exact context. But Rey is kidnapped and they're all coming to rescue her, and it was right at that point, like watching all the ships fly around, I was like, this is so bad. This is such a bad movie. I can literally walk out if I want. I don't need to watch the whole thing. But I did, because I've never walked out of a movie before. I've only ever not finished one movie, and it wasn't for any reason. I got interrupted and didn't get back to it, and that was what's that movie? Everybody likes it. Not The Mentalist. There's a French animated movie called The Illusionist or something. And there's this movie about the two magicians, and it has a very similar name. And as a result, I get the two confused in terms of what their name is. Because I always think of the French animated movie's name, and I don't know whether the live action one has the same name or not. Because they're so similar. It drives me crazy. But that's the only movie I haven't finished, because I got interrupted, and I wasn't really enjoying it, to be honest. And I just haven't gotten back to it. Which I know a lot of people are like, that's terrible. It's like one of the best movies ever made. And I'm like, There was a movie I walked out on as a kid, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was. It was so bad, we got a refund from the theater. Yeah, I didn't walk out. I took a bathroom break from the Blair Witch Project when I watched it in theaters because I was 12, and it was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. But then I returned and I watched the rest of the movie, so that doesn't count. And Pan's Labyrinth, where it got to a point where it was like the violence got to such a degree I needed to go to the bathroom to take a break because I was watching it in theaters as well, the big screen. But I did come back and I finished the movie. So again, that doesn't count. The Force Awakens ages like milk if you rewatch A New Hope. Force Awakens is just a bad movie on its own. And I don't really know, because I've seen the clips since, but I always felt like the vision that Rey gets of like the forest in The Force Awakens, I felt like they ripped that off Mass Effect 3, but having rewatched at least parts of it, I was like, I think that was just me, because I think about Mass Effect constantly. So I think that was just me making a connection to Mass Effect 3. I don't know whether it was an actual inspiration for that scene. It might be, but probably not. It's probably just very similar imagery. So I'll give them that one. But I remember at the time, I was like, are you serious? I've never walked out of a theater. Like I said, I took bathroom breaks, but I never, like, left a movie. Midori is that film that's about a nuclear blast? No. That is Barefoot Gen. Midori is the one that's banned in every single country in the world except for France for explicit material. At least it's better than The Rise of Skywalker with the claw machine Palpatine turning Star Destroyer into zombie ships. I wanted to pat the writers on the head and go, oh honey, you don't stop at the first draft. I didn't watch the other ones. I watched Force Awakens and I watched Rogue One with a friend of mine because they really liked it. But then I stopped. Because again, Force Awakens was so bad. I'm like, okay, no thank you. This is terrible. I'd rather watch the Star Wars Holiday Special again for the 6th time. It's an anime about a preteen girl and a bunch of circus freaks. I won't say anything else. Yep. And it's banned in every country for explicit material. Put 2 and 2 together and you understand what Midori is and why I have not watched it and don't plan to, despite knowing where to find it, even though it's banned everywhere, as it should be. I do find it interesting. Now and again, a film reel of Midori would show up at like the Japanese airport because like a collector would try and get a copy of it. And because it's explicit material, like the film reel would get destroyed on the airport. Like it wouldn't even leave airport grounds. It would be confiscated and destroyed on grounds. See, that's the part. That's like the most interesting thing about Midori is like why it was made and what they do with it. Everything interesting about Midori is not the movie itself. Like everything around it is very interesting to me. I hate that I have to talk about the movie or acknowledge its existence to be able to talk about the very, like, bizarre things that happen around it in terms of being a movie. You didn't miss out on anything with the 2/3 of the sequels trilogy. Star Wars Rebels and the Jedi games are alright though. Yeah, I have a friend who really enjoys the Bad Batch. I hear that's pretty good as well. Yeah, they were a big fan of the Bad Batch, so that one might be worth watching. But, like I said, Andor is like the big one that's caught my attention in terms of maybe being worth the effort. I downloaded TLJ just to see how bad it was, and I felt like I wasted my time by the end, which made me hate it so much more. Yeah, like, it just feels like... Excuse me. It feels miserable. Like, I enjoy bad movies. I really do. I enjoy watching a bad movie. But there's a kind of bad movie where it's just miserable to watch. And that's the kind of bad movie I don't enjoy. I don't enjoy a bad movie when it's extremely corporate. And I don't enjoy a bad movie when it's just miserable. You're not having fun. It's just making you upset because it's ruining things you actually like. And it's just torturous to sit through. And you're like, why am I here? Or why am I watching this? You know, whereas there's other kinds of bad where it's just kind of hilarious at the absolute audacity of what they think they're putting on screen. Again, like the live-action Mario movie. It's so different than the games, you can never even blame it for ruining the games, because it's just so insane and so different. It has absolutely no impact on the games whatsoever. It's too insane. That's why that's a much more fun, bad movie experience for me, because it has absolutely no chance of ruining anything for you. It's just batshit insanity. The Bad Batch has me intrigued, mostly because, at least for me, the hype carries over from Amirpour's first film, Girl Walks Home Alone at Night. I also know that I have to play the KOTOR games. I've got both because I got them on sale, and I might actually be into those. I might be interested in the KOTOR games because I heard they're written very well. Even though like the Star Wars extended universe is not really a big interest of mine, I am willing to play a game that might not be super up my alley if it has the promise of a good story and good characters. Again, I've said this before. It's the only reason I started playing Mass Effect despite not being into shooters is because I was told the story and characters are good. And I literally taught myself how to play shooters with Mass Effect because I wanted to experience the story. It's kind of the same with Undertale. I'm terrible with bullet hells, but I played it because I was told it has a good character and story. It's just kind of how I go about games. I will put myself through a lot for a good story. I watched Force Awakens and thought that was a good set for a better film. I didn't watch the other two because the first clipper that I saw was Layer in Space and thought this was going to be the worst. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but I kind of get what you mean. Because again, if you're not like on board for Force Awakens, there's like no hope of the other two movies grabbing you. There's absolutely no hope of being, if you hate Force Awakens, you're not gonna watch like the what's the second one called? No, it's not Rise, it's like The Last Jedi. If you don't like Force Awakens, you're not gonna watch The Last Jedi and suddenly like it. There's probably like one person who that is true for, but that person is like a weird outlier that should not be considered any kind of like measurement of anyone else. But yeah, no. The Lost Pirates of the Caribbean movie makes me sad and upset, and I hate it, and I think I only watched it once. Yeah, again, it's a very specific kind of bad where it's like, this is just not fun. Unlike the Twilight movies, which I've watched multiple times because they're hilarious. Free will is convincing yourself the last Star Wars movie came out in 2005. I mean, fair. Again, it's like the person on Tumblr when I was yelling about the Baldur's Gate TV show. And the person commented with, why do people keep talking about these shows that don't exist? It would be very shitty if these were real. Like, that's the correct mentality to have. The Emoji Movie was a corporate, artless, passionless, miserable piece of shit with no soul. People who even thought about making it should have quit storytelling on the spot. Yeah, like that's the kind of bad movie where there's nothing fun about it because it's just corporate. And it's better now because Sony is doing very well with like Spider-Verse and K-pop Demon Hunters, as well as some others. But at the time, Sony has the best animation department out of everyone. And it's been that way for years. Like almost 2 decades now, Sony has had the best animation department. The thing is though, Sony for such a long time gave its animation department these awful movies to work on. And there was big talk where people were saying internally, they were like, the morale amongst your animation department is so low. You have all these artists who are so much better than anyone they've got over on Disney and Pixar at the moment. And you're making them make things like the Emoji Movie. And it's not okay because you've got a stable here that can do incredible things if you put them on a good movie. And then lo and behold, they put them on Spider-Verse. And look what happened. Have you watched War of the Worlds from last year? I've not. I don't know whether I would find that highly entertaining or like infuriating because of how much it's like Amazon saves the world at the end. Are you joking? That could either make me so angry or it would be the funniest thing I've ever seen. So that one could go either way for me. Like it depends which direction that goes. But there is a good chance that I'll watch that and like really, really enjoy it for like every reason that's terrible. I went into it hoping it might be fun bad. Like, I actually will defend Shark's Tale for the camp, but nah, it doesn't help the cast was crap. Yeah, Shark's Tale is an interesting one. Shark's Tale is a bad movie. It's a very bad movie, but I think you can watch Shark's Tale and not feel like you want to die. I feel like you could watch Shark's Tale and actually like get something interesting out of it. Not in terms of it being a good movie, but just in terms of like being, how did this happen? Like, and not just the Will Smith fish thing. I mean, like, how did this plot happen? Why did they go with this plot? Where did this come from? How did they conceive of this idea? Well, I know how they conceived of the idea. They heard Nemo was coming out, and they rushed out a movie that was also about fish, because that's what DreamWorks was doing for a very long time, because Katzenberg was in charge. But just because they also wanted to make a fish movie, it didn't mean that it had to be what it was. Like, why car wash? Why the mafia? Why Jack Black? Why sexy Angelina Jolie? Why anything? Why this movie? Why anything in this movie? Why this movie? So Shark's Tale, that's an interesting watch, just to try and like figure out why. I suppose it's a bit like Food Fight. Although in Food Fight's case, we know why. But Shark's Tale is an enigma. Like, I could watch all the behind the scenes on Shark's Tale and I still couldn't tell you why Shark's Tale. I watched it. It is hilariously stroke-inducing. I don't know whether you mean Star Wars or Shark's Tale, but yes, to both. Shark's Tale almost feels like it doesn't really exist. Yeah, because you would think of Shark's Tale and the first thing you think of is like Will Smith fish. And then you remember the plot and you're like, wait, was that the plot? Was that the story? I can't remember. Was that a thing that happened? And then you like read up the plot of the movie and you're like, I don't remember any of this. It's very clear how Shark's Tale happened. Katzenberg's Hate Boner, Part 7. You know what, you're right. But again, when Katzenberg makes like a hate movie, which almost every movie he made was a hate movie except for Prince of Egypt, there's at least a little bit more coherency to his hatred and spite. Like Shrek makes sense. I understand why Shrek exists in terms of like being a hate movie. And he sabotaged Road to El Dorado. Although I love Road to El Dorado, so it's a little difficult to try and decide whether he really sabotaged it or not. I feel like Road to El Dorado could have been an amazing movie had it been allowed to be what it was trying to be. And it's kind of been kneecapped by Katzenberg. But I don't think El Dorado is like a hate movie. Whereas Shark's Tale 1000% feels like a hate movie. Ants is definitely a hate movie. I actually prefer Ants to A Bug's Life. But Ants is 1000% a hate movie. Katzenberg did a lot of those. There's the reason why he's a reoccurring villain on my channel, even though I didn't intend for him to be. He just tends to pop up and do the worst every single time. It's incredible. It's incredibly bizarre that the onslaught of mid-2000s pop culture references just dates it so much. But I was in high school at the time and really remembered the time. Yeah, pop culture and movies. I used to think it was just generally bad. I've kind of changed my mind and have it be more like a case-by-case basis. Because again, I really love Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. And I mean, how much of that movie is pop culture? Like, a lot of it. And even something like Naked Gun, which is entirely pop culture references of the time it was made, but I still think it's a good movie. Not even O.J. Simpson being in it ruins that movie, because O.J. Simpson just gets the shit beaten out of him throughout the whole film. So somehow, even him being a character in the movie does not ruin the movie. It's incredible. I was referring to War of the Worlds. Okay, yeah, I can understand that being stroke-inducing. Yeah. What is it with people not being able to make a good version of War of the Worlds? I always feel like what we need to do is we need to do a War of the Worlds movie and set it in Victorian England. Like, literally set it during when the book takes place. Like, do it. Make an entire period piece. It would be so interesting, and it would immediately set it apart out of everything. And I'm sure there's been like a B movie that did that, but I'm talking like a real movie. A real movie that actually has a budget to do a period piece. That would be amazing. I thought Road to El Dorado was pretty good. It is pretty good. I love Road to El Dorado. I think it's an amazing movie. we actually were given parts of it to study when I was in college for animation, just because of the character acting is so good in that film. It was a little bit kneecapped by Katzenberg because he heard The Emperor's New Groove was coming out, and it was like, holy shit, Disney is also doing like a pre-Columbian South American movie. Quickly, make Road to El Dorado all ages. Like, remove all the adult references, remove all the adult jokes, remove the fact that we specifically made it for an adult audience. Make it good for children. Quickly, sell McDonald's toys, redirect, and then it bombed at the box office. And then they blamed it on the movie not being good. And the movie has huge problems, but somehow it's an incredible movie. It's almost a great movie, and it would have been a great movie if it wasn't completely sabotaged by Katzenberg, because he heard Disney was doing a South American movie, and he wanted to, like, steal some of their thunder. Meanwhile, The Emperor's New Groove is like one of the most nightmare productions that ever existed. And that's why that movie is also like that. It's because they basically had to remake the movie. Ants is odd, but it's cool. Yeah, Ants is very weird. I think that's why I like it. It's such a weird movie. I like it a lot more than The Bug's Life. I find Bug's Life very dull. But it's the second Pixar movie, and usually the second movie from a studio is always kind of weird. I'm not a big fan of Pinocchio. It has the same problem. Yeah, just nah. Pop culture can work as long as it's something that has clearly been around for a long time and it isn't going away in a month. Meme references is not that because they're too fickle. Yeah, memes are bad. We should stop putting memes in movies and TV shows. First of all, it's cringe as hell. It feels extremely hello fellow kids. And second of all, a meme's lifespan is about 2 weeks. So by the time the movie comes out, that meme is like a year old. And by that time, everybody's realized that the meme wasn't really funny to begin with. And we're just all gonna cringe because we're like, oh lord, the boomers are trying to appeal to the youth again. I think the 50s and 2000s War of the World films are pretty good, albeit for different reasons. I'm not super fond of the 2000s War of the Worlds, but there's a very brief period of Hollywood movies that came out directly after 9/11, which have a very specific tone to them. And I can't really pinpoint what it is. There's a deep anger and cynicism to them, where even if I don't know when the movie came out, if I watch a movie that was made during that brief window of time, you could immediately tell just by how the movie is shot and how characters act and the cynicism and nastiness running through it. And the 2000s War of the Worlds has exactly that tone. It is exactly that. So I don't really enjoy it for that reason. I do like the 50s one. It's a little bit longer than it needs to be, but it's pretty good. But again, the Orson Welles radio play is the best version. Like, legitimately, the Orson Welles radio play of War of the Worlds is very good. I remember when I was 16, we took out Citizen Kane from the video rental place, and it had like a special edition second disc, and the War of the Worlds radio play was on the second disc. So, us being teenagers, we ended up really liking the radio play more than we liked Citizen Kane. Because we were teenagers. The best way to use memes in media is to assume they're already dead and cringe and play to that, even if they're currently popular. Yeah. You do that thing where you purposefully, even though you as an adult know how to use the meme correctly, you purposefully use it wrong when you're talking to a teenager because you're deliberately trying to make them cringe. Like, which is the best, by the way. It's really fun to do that. It's really funny. I watched War of the Worlds while slightly cleaning the house and thought it was actually pretty good comedy. It's kind of a shame that wasn't what they were doing. I assume you mean the 50s one, because I can 1000% understand how the 50s one can come across as a comedy. It's a bit melodramatic. I think it might have even been melodramatic for the time, but it's very melodramatic. The 2000s one is just kind of nasty, and a lot of people are like overacting in it, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I find anything with Tom Cruise too hard to watch because he creeps me out so much. Same. I can't stand a movie with Tom Cruise in him. I always say this. This isn't an accusation. He has big serial killer energy to me. Not that he himself has done anything along those lines, but it's the same kind of energy I get from him. There's just something about him. I once asked a friend of mine, why do dudes like him when he might as well have danger to women tattooed on his forehead? And my friend said to me, oh no, dudes don't like him. He just has a lot of toys. And when he's in the movie, you get to see him play with his toys. And that's the exciting part. Like, that's the part that's enjoyable. It's not actually him himself. But my mom says she doesn't like him either, but she finds that he has super high charisma. And when he walks into a room, he can have people eating out of his hand within 10 minutes. And I'm like, yeah, that's the problem. He's creepy. He's a creepy, creepy person. He literally kidnapped a woman and held her prisoner in his house. Adam Sandler had to stage a rescue operation. No, I don't want to watch something with Tom Cruise in it. It kind of ruined A Days of Thunder for me. Even though he's like, what, 21 in that movie and he hasn't done anything that's like super bad yet, I still didn't enjoy watching that movie because he's with Nicole Kidman in that movie, and she's, you know, I referred to her in one of my videos as escaped victim number 1. So they staged the rescue operation. No. It's something that Red Letter Media, I think, pointed out. What was Tom Cruise's wife's name at the time? The woman that he like kept trapped in his house and he wouldn't let her leave and he wouldn't let her do any other acting jobs and he never let her out of his sight. And he didn't allow her to go anywhere. And she wasn't allowed to speak to anyone apart from him. And she was literally a prisoner in her home. And she has like a literal maybe 2-minute part in the Adam Sandler movie he shot in Hawaii. Basically so his friends could have a vacation in Hawaii. And because she had to be there for those 2 minutes, they had to fly her out to Hawaii. And while she was there, she was able to see a lawyer because she was away from Tom Cruise so that she could divorce him. So the conspiracy theory is that Adam Sandler and his friends staged a rescue operation to help Katie Holmes, thank you, to get Katie Holmes away from Tom Cruise so that she could divorce him because he was literally keeping her prisoner in his house. Even Family Guy made a joke of that. There's a joke in Family Guy I'll never forget, where Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes are sitting on the couch and she's holding their baby. And Tom Cruise is like, do you love me? And she goes, I love you, honey. And then her ankle bracelet like turns off. And she goes, oh my God, I'm free. And she throws the baby at him and then jumps out the window and runs away. That sounds like a horror comedy film. What the heck? Yeah. Again, it's not like a confirmed thing, but the way that it was like laid out, I'm pretty sure it was Red Letter Media that like explained, if you look at the timeline and you look at the events and the fact that she barely has a role in the movie whatsoever, it is very, very possible that Adam Sandler cast her in the movie specifically to give her an opportunity to get away from Tom Cruise so she could divorce him. It's nuts! Hollywood is wild, guys. Hollywood is a very, very wild, insane place. Shoot, you forgot the part where she frees the main Cruise trapped as well. I forgot that part in Family Guy where she goes into the basement and Tom Cruise has like all these men like chained to the wall and she's like, we're free! Go, 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 go! Family Guy gets a bad reputation, but it's kind of hits the nail on the head very, very well a lot of times. There's that amazing clip from Family Guy where Tom Cruise is running and he's like, you can't catch me, gay thoughts. I think about that clip a lot. Anyway, it's 3 minutes to 1 a.m. So I am going to say goodnight. Here is our beautiful son, our beautiful boy. Oh, hold on, I forgot something. Let me just add this and then we're gonna say goodnight. And I started watching a Bollywood movie yesterday called Jersey. And I got halfway into it. And I really don't like it so far, but I'm going to give it a chance right up to the end. But it's not really doing it for me because our lead character is such a loser and I hate him. He sucks so much. And every time he's on screen with his wife, I'm like, girl, dump him. He's awful. But I am going to watch it until the end. I will give it that chance, but it's not good. It's not a good movie, which is bizarre to me because it's got very, very high scores on like Rotten Tomato and stuff. So I don't fully understand why it has that score, because it sucks so bad. But maybe it'll turn around in the second half, because again, Bollywood movies are like 3 hours long, so it's got time. It's got like 90 minutes to redeem itself, but we'll see. Anyway, you know what's even more crazy? Tom Cruise still isn't as creepy or as horrifying as the average billionaire or US politician. This is the cutest rendition of Lumpy I've ever seen. Yes, as he deserves, the best boy from the best Star Wars, the best piece of Star Wars media, like at all, the best one, and nobody can argue with us. It's the best thing Star Wars has ever done, ever, and we all agree on this. But I'm gonna say goodnight. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm probably gonna try and take a shower to deal with this humidity. It's driving me absolutely crazy. Where am I? Oh, here, Streamlabs. So I'm going to stop the music, and I'm going to go to ending and transition, and I'll see you guys at the end of this month. Again, because the Patreon, what's the word, tier, I suppose, because the Patreon tier wasn't hit, we're just going to have a short, very casual stream for February, because I'm going to try streaming twice a month this time, a free stream and then a bigger Patreon stream. So I will see you guys again this month, and you guys must take care and don't die in the snowstorms up there, and I will try and not die from heat exhaustion down here and try and hydrate. Okay, bye guys. Bye.